Maybe you're gonna do it at once. I'm just
No, I
gonna-
haven't.
Okay, I'm going to do this.
Okay. They don't understand
Okay.
our work.
You're reading the questions. To all of us. So
Thank you.
I always thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Suzanne?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we're ready?
There's something.
All right. Hello, Mike Kako. My name is Dawn Chang and I am chairperson of the Commission on Water Resource Management. If you are here for aquarium fish, I'm sorry, you're at the wrong meeting.
They missed it.
That is an inside joke, it's just.
And I may be.
You may, I apologize, I apologize. This is the October 28, 2025 meeting of the Commission on Water Resource Management. It is now 9:09 a.m. We are holding this meeting as a hybrid meeting. While all of us are here in person in the Kalanimoku boardroom in Honolulu, we're also holding this meeting remotely via Zoom, and it can be watched live on YouTube. For those here to testify in Zoom, we will let you into the meeting when we hear the item you wish to testify on. Please remember to mute your YouTube when you are in the main Zoom meeting room, or we will get an echo. When you enter, please be sure to keep your camera off, a microphone muted until the commission calls on you for public testimony. We ask that members of the public testifying on agenda items be mindful of everyone and limit your testimony to 2 minutes so that we can get to everyone. Please do not use the chat box for any comments because that presents a sunshine issue. People may also testify via telephone at the number posted online. Please let our Commission Secretary, Suzanne, know your name and what agenda item you wish to testify on so she can call you in for that item. You can email your testimony to Suzanne M. I apologize for Maria Ramos at hawaii.gov. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and if you come to the front, as close to the microphone. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. I'm now going to read the contested case statement. In some of the matters before the commission, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the commission's decision, then the commission will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the commission decides the issue, then request a contested case after the decision, but before the close of the commission meeting. Any request must be made in writing within 10 calendar days. If no request for a contested case is made, the commission will make a decision. The commission will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. In addition, the commission may go into executive session pursuant to HRS 92-5A4 in order to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. I am now going to take roll call of the commissioners. Please state your name, and I'm going to first start with Commissioner Ho.
Kathleen Ho, Department of Health.
Hello.
Present. Present.
Present, thank you.
Larry Meeke.
Chair Chang,
Hanaki Halani Springer, present.
Aurora Kagawa Viviani.
and for the record, Board Member Commissioner Wayne Katayama is excused for today. I'd also like to introduce our Water Deputy, Kira Kahahane, and our Board Secretary, Suzanne Kiraya. Suzanne. You know, sometimes you get fixated and you just end up always mispronouncing. Again, I apologize, Suzanne. Our Deputy Attorney General today is Miranda Steed. With respect to the agenda protocols, we do not have a move up request. So I'm going to take the items in the order that they've been agendized. The first item on the agenda is Agenda A1, the minutes of April 28th, 2025. I believe, for commissioners, do I have any corrections, edits, or comments on the minutes?
Commissioner
Yes.
Viviani, I have submitted revisions, edits to the deputy and yourself. I don't know if they're substantial or non-substantial.
Most of them were non-substantial, but I do concur. There was a comment by Commissioner by Aurora regarding in our minutes, we did identify draft minutes. We identified where the people were in opposition or support. We're going to delete making a call on whether people are in opposition or support and just note their names for the record. So in the future, Suzanne, let's just note who the commenter is, but not identify whether they're in opposition or support. Thank you very much, and thank you for that comment. Okay. With that being said, are there any other comments to the draft meeting notes of April 28, 2025?
Just that I wasn't present, so I'm not gonna vote.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Oh. Do I have a well, let me ask, is there anyone present in the boardroom who would like to make a comment on item A1? You seeing no hands? Is there anyone on Zoom, Suzanne?
No.
I'll close public comments on item A1. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Do I have a second? Motion has been moved and seconded to approve item A1. Since this is the first vote of the board members, of the commission members today, Suzanne, could you do a roll call vote with Commissioner Miiki abstaining?
Okay, Commissioner Ho,
Aye.
Chair Chang,
Aye.
Commissioner Springer,
Aye.
Commissioner Kavawa Viviani.
Aye.
Motion passes with 4 votes. Thank you very much. The draft of the meeting notes for July 15th are not ready yet, so we'll proceed to our first action item. Item B1. Stream protection and management requests and delegation of authority to chairperson to enter into joint fact-finding. Good morning, Aaron.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commission. Item B1 is request and delegation of authority to the chairperson to enter into a joint funding agreement with U.S. Geological Survey for streamflow monitoring at locations losing cooperative funding from federal agencies for federal fiscal year 2026 and declare that this project is exempt from the preparation of environmental assessment under HRS Chapter 343. In August of 2025, the Commission approved a joint funding agreement for that supports our annual cooperative monitoring program statewide, which includes rainfall, streamflow, and groundwater monitoring by the U.S. Geological Survey. As part of that agreement, there are a number of federal partners, or there were a number of federal partners that supported some of those stations. And as anticipated, those federal partners lost their funding due to budget cuts for those stations. So we are returning to the Commission to request additional funding to support stream gauges that we already fund. Our portion of those stream gauges is going up. So these are 1 gauge on Kahoma Stream and Lahaina and 1 gauge on Manawaiopai Stream and Lapahoihoi on Hawaii Island. With that, we'll go to the recommendation. Staff recommends that the Commission authorizes chairperson to enter into a joint funding agreement with the U.S. Geological Survey for federal fiscal year 2026 to undertake the specified monitoring activities at a cost no greater than $16,340 to the Commission, in addition to what the Commission already approved in August 2025, and delegate the authority to the chairperson to modify the joint funding agreement, provided there is no increase in costs to the Commission, and find that the joint funding agreement is exempt from the preparation of environmental assessment under HRS Chapter 343 based on exemption list for DLNR approved by the Environmental Council, January 5th, 2021. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Commissioners, yes, Anna?
Can we go back to the background, please?
Sure.
In that paragraph, you mentioned supports the assessment and management of climate, surface water and groundwater resources. What are the climate resources that the
So
Commission's Kuleana is to manage?
the climate data, sorry, rainfall,
Okay,
sorry.
thanks.
Mhm.
Also, I understand that we're looking at stream flow, but how does our stream flow management, Kuleana, relate to other evaluation metrics like water temperature? You know, when my husband was reading over my shoulder and he saw Manawai Opai, he recalled as a child going up into the mountains and gathering opai, and they like cool water and how does that enter into our work? How do we evaluate?
So we
Or where
are
do we
concerned about water temperature. We've just never had a statewide program that supported the collection of that data. There are 2 USGS stations, I believe statewide, that are monitoring continuously stream temperature. We do monitor stream temperature when we do assessments within house, like staff have temperature loggers and we have temperature gauges on our probes when we're in the stream. So that data does get collected, but not through this cooperative funding agreement.
Thank you. Chair, how do we, as commissioners, evaluate that sort of information?
Either lack of or,
Understand that we're talking about stream flow today, but when I think of our public trust responsibilities, among the things I think of are the ono of those opai, like are mentioned in this place name. Is there a place in our deliberations for that sort of information?
I
And
mean,
where would I
Aaron,
find it?
Aaron,
So in a surface water management decision, it would typically be based on an in-stream flow standard assessment, which is a compilation of best available information. And that's typically where something like water quality information gets put. Unfortunately, the state of Hawaii does not have a very comprehensive water quality monitoring program. And not to throw Department of Health under the bus, but they have typically been focused on contaminants of concern and not
Right.
general water quality characteristics statewide. Although there is a new program that is looking at identifying index sites statewide, stream index sites, to develop long-term monitoring sets.
I have a question because I was just teaching clean water to my students and learned about Clean Water Act Section 401 and 404. And so it made me realize, like, CWRM does discharge measurements, but there is Kuleana for sort of physical hydrologic parameters for water monitoring that does come through DOH. Is there any existing effort?
Yeah, so we do have a program and we are standing up a different branch.
Okay.
Our challenge, like many other departments, is that we have difficulty in classifying these positions and getting them established. So while this branch has been in existence for a few years, we still have maybe one position that has been actually classified and able to hire into that position. So so once we're able to get through all of that and we're able to staff it up,
Yeah.
we will become a more robust branch.
We
And
have-
it seems that would work really well with.
We have met, I would say
Scott.
semi-annually, every 6 months or so with Scott and his
Yeah.
team that he pulls in from other branches. So, yeah, we are in conversations with
Heading there.
developing kind of an index database of water quality overlapping with stream resources that we are monitoring. So we're looking for synergy.
but Aaron, I guess I think this is a really important and valid question. Is there anything that we can do with our existing monitoring equipment? Is there any technology that we can, since we have some gauges out there, that you can
So-
attach some kind of?
So stream temperature, we monitor at all of our locations.
Okay,
But that's not, most of our locations are regulated flow, that's not natural
Mm.
flow. That would require us to add sensors to USGS gauging stations, which would add personnel time and
Mm.
cost. And not that it's not doable, but
Yeah.
we're stretched thin.
Chair, I seek guidance, on how to take these sorts of things into consideration in our deliberations, understanding the shortfall of data, and some of the data sets seem to be old. Thank you for the new ones that we're gonna be looking at, to come. So am I out of order when I
no,
talk
not,
about the ono, the
Oh, no.
opai?
no, to me, that is the value that we as commissioners bring. I think our staff, to a large extent, bring whatever available data, that most of that is scientific, but we take in public comments. So I think a lot of times, we'll get cultural practitioners or we'll get members of the public who will come to us and say, but we noticed the water, or like Kahlo, it's affecting our Kahlo production because the water's too warm.
Yep.
So I think that that is the place where our public comments, both at our commission meetings as well as, when the applicant has to go out and they're investigating or they're coming to us with a water permit. I think those are extremely valid questions that we ask. I'm of the view that we should put a lot of that kuleana on the applicant if they're
Yes.
coming to us that we
Yes.
ask them those kinds of questions and ask that, but we are also looking at, so in recognition that informed decision is based upon good data. And unless we have good instruments, it's really difficult to do that. I mean, I am so impressed with CWORM's ability to provide us as much information given the very limited capacity they have. So maybe that is something that we look into, identifying, is there a technology that's available that we could add? I recognize it is a capacity issue as well, but I think those are valid questions that we ask applicants, but we are also open to the community to providing us anecdotal information to confirm. And a lot of times there are studies that are prepared, Aurora, and there's been other reports that have come to us, but sometimes it is, I think that is a limitation, but I think those are the expertise and our own experiences that we bring to the commission that permit us to take into consideration social, cultural, those kinds of considerations that aren't necessarily always contemplated based upon scientific, very Western kind of technology.
Well, I appreciate that, Chair. Thank you. And I apologize to the staff in my enthusiasm in previous meetings. It's like, well, can you do this? Can you do that? And I'm looking at Kathy Ho. Can you do this? Can you do that? So thank you all for your patience with me, and I'll continue to have
Yeah, no.
questions of this.
And don't hesitate to raise them. I mean, I think bringing it to all of our awareness, I think that's the first step at addressing it, if it is a shortfall. Aurora, did you want to comment?
Yeah, it did occur to me, I mean, we do get public testimony about what maybe is important to have more information on that we haven't been collecting, but I think we do have responsibility for having that data, and especially as it relates to our responsibilities to the trust, right? Dave Penn wrote a report years ago on sort of how Kahlo, its temperature, that's really the important variable. But with low flow, you're gonna have more stagnant water, higher temperatures, and more rot, or more mortality in fish. So I guess I was thinking about it as, sometimes we just go on as we have, like USGS does this kind of monitoring for a long time, but we need to think about the metrics that matter for the values that we have and the responsibilities. So I do think about water in its natural state and traditional customary practices, and how are we getting enough information so that we can be informed. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about who takes temperature monitoring data, and maybe just USGS doesn't, right? But we can, and maybe there's lighter weight ways to get at that. And I know this sort of gets a little further afield from the particular budgeting item, but it does make me realize, like, maybe moving forward, is that something that we need to keep an eye on and see? Yeah.
Right now, we are gathering temperature at probably 80 locations statewide out of 95.
Oh, that's
Our
pretty good.
our real-time monitoring stations don't have, the internal
Yeah.
mechanism doesn't save the temperature. It uses temperature, but it doesn't save the temperature data separately. So I can't extract it independently of the discharge or the stage data. So, but most of these location, or not most, but some of these locations are in irrigation systems. So I'm not sure temperature is really that critical. But in places like where we are monitoring in-stream flow standards, we can summarize that data if that is, if a decision is being made regarding that location in particular, if we're monitoring that. It's just another level of analysis that we need to dedicate time to, which is fine. We have a team of 4 that does field work. Sometimes we draw members from other branches. Thankfully, they are willing to participate. And I think we've been in the field 65 out of the last 95 working days since June 1st.
Wow.
So
Just keep that in mind.
No, okay, well, so, one more question.
with regard to budgeting.
Yep.
How may the general population, how may the public support the work of this commission and other divisions? Are there opportunities during the legislative
Yeah.
session?
Yeah, so, that's a good question. So, we have, in the past, she does a briefing to the commission on proposed CWRM budgets.
Yes.
And we will also try to include other DLNR budgets. I mean, a really big item this year, and I don't want to go too far off from the agenda item, is green fees. So that is something that we're also looking at, but we can do that. So that is one mechanism, is there's briefings here before the commission. Public is also hears it and participates. We are also trying to be more coordinated once the legislature starts, to keep all of our stakeholders informed of various bills as they move forward. And this is a supplemental year, so we're not proposing to introduce a lot of bills, but you know, given the commission's interest, we may include that on, and I think Kira did that last year, as a regular update to the commission on status of legislation.
And on the website?
I'm not sure.
Well, they get posted on the website as part of the board packet.
Okay,
There's no
okay.
separate page.
Yeah. And we might want to think about that from, because DLNR, we are sending out notices. We have a staff who's been helping us work on all of the board, all of our commissions and board and councils under DLNR, which is probably like about
Yes.
20. We do send out notices of all of those meetings. And there may be times we may want to include budgetary, legislative updates as well.
Because I think that the general population wants to support the work of the commission and are looking for ways to be supportive. And so this is a wonderful avenue. Thanks for taking the
No,
time.
no. Okay, so with that being said, do I have any comments from members of the public in the boardroom? No. Do I have any from Zoom?
No.
I'm going to close public comments on item B1. Board members, this is an action item. Do I have a motion?
Move this, sure.
And motion has been moved and seconded to accept staff's recommendation for item B1. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members. Motion passes. Thank you very much, Karen. Item B2.
Morning, Commissioners. Item B2 is determination and approval of draft agenda by the Commission on Water Resource Management under Section 92-3.1 HRS for the Commission to conduct a site visit to view the important groundwater and surface water features of the Heia Ahupua'a Heia Oahu, Hawaii on November 10th, 2025 as a limited meeting due to the impracticality of public attendance for reasons of danger to health or safety, or in the alternative that on-site inspection is necessary for future water management purposes. Before it may conduct a site visit as a Sunshine Law limited meeting, the Commission must determine by 2/3 vote the site inspection is necessary to commission business and that public attendance is not practicable. The proposed sites in Heia Oahu for viewing include certain Board of Water Supply groundwater works, stream, wetland hollow, and fish pond locations, which were subject to a June 2021 commission order. These locations are not accessible to the general public, pose unsafe access challenges, and are not ADA accessible. Therefore, staff requests that the commission approve a limited meeting. Without going into too much detail, staff have been working with the community from Mauka to Makai and Heia to address potential groundwater, surface water interaction conflicts and to propose a management decision that will protect in-stream values while balancing public trust uses. And there is a lot of background information. I'm not going to go into too much detail other than to state that a development tunnel was built in 1941, 42, I think, in Haiku Valley that substantially altered groundwater storage and thus had a negative consequence for base flow to Heia Stream. And all of the in-stream values that are dependent on Heia Stream have been affected to this day. Figure 2 provides the best visual example of what I'm talking about in that the before development tunnel construction in 1941 and 1940, the normalized annual Q50 versus normalized annual rainfall is graphed. Those two black dots, you can see that the medium flow or the annual medium flow is much greater for the same amount of rainfall, meaning there's much more groundwater supporting the stream in those 2 years compared to all the other years of record. Unfortunately, we don't have years of record before 1940 other than way back in the teens, but just to point out that groundwater extraction has substantially altered stream flow. That's the point. So we are proposing to conduct a limited meeting by the commission to view portions of the Ahupua'a so that you have a better understanding of the place and the infrastructure and the resources and the values that the Heia has. We think that the community of Heia are in support of this site visit and they would like to share their knowledge with you on site. So we're proposing pursuant to and consistent with HRS 92-3.1 that the commission find that limited meeting to visit portions of the Heia hydrologic unit as described in Exhibit 1 is 1, necessary, and the location would be dangerous to the health or safety of the attending public, or 2, that the on-site inspection is necessary and public attendance is impracticable. And 2, authorize a limited meeting to visit portions of Heia, including wells, stream restoration sites, Po'ovai, Lo'ikalo, wetland restoration, and Loko'ia, provided it is conducted in accordance with the legal requirements set forth by statute and has obtained the appropriate OIP concurrence. Are there any questions?
You have included on.
Oh, yes. Exhibit 1 is the draft agenda. It will be conducted from approximately noon, 12 o'clock to approximately 4 o'clock on November 10th. And then Exhibit 2 is a map of the 4 proposed site visits.
I understand there's a bunch of people want to attend this, correct? I don't think we should be the one limit, let the host limit the amount of people. In the past, what we've had is that someone represents a group, let the host decide how many people.
We are the hosts. So, well, I mean, you mean
On the site.
so we do have a request to the Attorney General's office because we're actually saying this is not open to the public. And I appreciate your comment, Larry. Because I know we have received testimony that they want to invite members that are other than those that are listed by those who are hosting this meeting before site visits.
So we reached out to,
Do you feel?
yeah,
Okay.
Winter. And I mean, we've spoken with them and they plan on, I mean, our intention was that the key stakeholders within the community would attend the whole thing. I mean, that we weren't planning on limiting, like blocking off people from attending. It just not is practical to invite the entire public.
So, I guess the AG's office, because because you are permitting, what you're saying is you're willing to let some members of the public.
We're not controlling
Okay.
access. We're just, if they show up, they show up. We're not gonna say no. If I remember correctly. Is that accurate? That's how we've done it before.
Okay. So, Miranda,
Do you want to go into executive session?
Yeah, I need to go into executive session.
okay. Is there a second? I'll second.
All right.
I don't know whether we've got the votes though, but a motion has been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor. I think it's to confer with our Deputy Attorney General on whether it's a limited meeting. And in general, that means we're not opening it up to the public. So how do we permit some members of the public and others not?
May I ask, who are you defining as public if they're site hosts?
So
Who defines?
in past
Okay.
limited meetings, there was a caravan of people, including many stakeholders who attended the whole day. And it wasn't that site one that was only, say, Hawaii County's well was limited to Hawaii County staff. I mean, it was open to everybody within the caravan. So
I'm not adverse to that. I just don't want to get a complaint that somebody's not been invited. So can we just,
Can I ask the Attorney General, these are site visits. These are not open meetings, so I don't understand why we cannot limit the amount of people that are
Yeah,
attending.
so you have a pending motion for executive session, and I'm happy to give legal advice, but you need to go into executive session for me to provide that.
Okay,
okay. So we're going to go into executive session.
You need
You
to
vote.
We need to
still.
vote. All in favor of going into executive session, please say aye or raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay, motion passes. We're going to go into executive session. So we'll go in the back. Okay. We'll be Thank you very much. We are back in open session. We just completed an executive session to meet with our Deputy Attorney General on our duties, privileges, and liabilities with respect to item B1. All right,
Two.
item B2. So I am now, are there any other questions before I take public comments? Okay, very good. Seeing no questions from the commission, I'm going to open it up for public comments. We have received written comments from Earth Justice, Paipaio Heia, and Kavika Winters, the director of Heia Near. Is there anybody else in the room here who would like to make a comment on item B2? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go on to Zoom. I have here Haley Broyles. Your hand is up.
Aloha Chair Chang and commission members. My name is Harley Broyles. I'm an associate attorney with Earth Justice Mid-Pacific Office, and I stand on my submitted written testimony in support of agenda item B2, but I wanted to emphasize some points raised in my testimony. Today, the community members, a lot of them are all busy in carrying out their ahupua'a restoration work, and so there are a few here. But as you can see from their written testimony and based on our discussions with them, they strongly support the commission coming out to visit Heia and hope that you folks will allow them to accompany you to all locations of the site visit, which it sounds like that may happen. They also want to invite the Board of Water Supply attendees to join the commission when they visit the Moamakai sites. And I just wanted to say it's really awesome that the commission is taking the initiative to conduct this limited meeting to see the vital restoration work these community organizations are doing. And we look forward to more collaborative efforts between the commission and community members and groups to better the water flows in Heia for the benefit of the community and future generations. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. I also have comments from, is it Fred Rapoon?
Hello, can you all hear
Aloha,
me?
yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, aloha, commission members. My name is Fred Rapoon. I'm the education coordinator for the Heia National Estuarine Research Reserve. And so we work really closely with the different organizations, nonprofit organizations, as well as HIMB in Heia. And so I just wanted to emphasize Kavika Winters' written testimony that we're also thankful, like Harley said, that the commission is taking this initiative to come out and look at the restoration that's been done here and really see the progress that's been made, not only in the last 20 years since Paipai started, but even in the last 4 years since the commission made its decision and order regarding Heia Stream in 2021. And we also want to, use this opportunity to show what more could be done with restored stream flow in Heia Stream. So welcome you folks out here. And as far as numbers, like Kavika's testimony said, we're hoping to have a group of up to 20 people, which would include Heia Ner staff members and a couple of representatives from each of the organizations in Heia that have kuleana over the stream. And also support the idea of having other stakeholders present, like landowners like Kamehameha Schools, DHHL, if they're willing to send a representative. It's a valley that has a lot of different overlapping kuleana, and so we really welcome everybody to come and get up to speed on the issue and talk to each other. So mahalo.
Thank you very much, Fred. Did Keli'i want to say anything?
Aloha mai kākou. My name is Keli'i Hokubete. I am the Assistant Executive Director for Paipaio He'eia. Mahalo nui for allowing me to just speak for a few seconds. I wanted to stand in stand by my testimony that I submitted in support of holding a meeting, whether it's limited or open. I'm not sure what decision you guys came to. I'm interested in hearing what that is. But yeah, I just wanted to echo Fred's comments and Harley's comments, wanting to specifically, I work for Paipai'ohe'eia. Very excited to have you all come down and visit the fish pond, see the stream as it flows right next to our pond out into the estuary. We have several awai that come in that feed off of the stream into our fish pond through our makaha. We're excited to talk to you about some of the groundwater flows that we have coming into our fish pond. Excited to show you our restoration, and also excited to show you some of the challenges that we have, primarily because our pond is a little bit on the salty side. We've been talking story with fish pond managers, operators, and our collaborative scientists about that perfect, or we're looking for that perfect brackish water. Yeah, that mix of vai and kai. And our fish pond is more on the salty side. And we think that really allows the invasive terrestrial plants and aquatic animals to take hold in our pond. So if we had more fresh water, I think our pond would be a lot more productive. So excited to have those conversations with you folks, and mainly just want to invite you all to join us in He'eia from Mauka to Makai. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I see, is it Liz? Oh, she's Liz. Oh, that's Alyssa. Okay. Is Sarah Agnew Miller?
I do not think so.
Okay,
I think she's here for C3.
okay. I also have, oh,
If I may,
okay.
just for 1 second.
Sorry if I missed you the first time.
I didn't have my hand up the first time, but it was the reference to DHHL. So very briefly, for the record, Jonathan Lee K.K. Scheuer, serve as a water consultant to DHHL. DHHL does own land in Haiku. Fred Rapoon mentioned the community's desire to have DHHL on any limited or public site visit. If it is a limited visit, please do inform DHHL about that so that we can try and have somebody from either planning or the land management division there.
All right,
Thank
thank you
you.
for letting us know that. House Finance, are you here for item B2? Suzanne, House Finance, here for item B2?
They did not indicate any specific item.
Okay, all right.
There has been no other individual who's indicated a specific item that they are here for.
All right, okay. Okay, I don't see any other members of the public either in the boardroom or on Zoom wishing to provide comments for item B2. So I'm going to close public comments. Commissioners, do I have a motion? Don't be shy.
Who can stay?
Good question.
You can do it.
Okay, you can, the staff's we can just approve staff's recommendation?
Yeah, why don't we approve, I move to approve staff recommendations with the amendment to amend staff recommendation 1 after necessary and the location would be dangerous to health or safety of the attending public, and an on-site rather than an or, and the on-site inspection is necessary and the public attendance is impractical.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion has been moved and seconded twice to adopt staff's recommendation with an amendment to replace or with and so that we're making a specific finding about the limited meeting. All right, for commissioners, all in favor of the vote of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. Motion passes with 5 votes. Thank you very much, Aaron. Okay. Oh, you know what? Before we close, I meant to disclose this earlier. So I do want to make a disclosure regarding Heian Near. So in my past life, I drafted the Heian Near management plan, but no action is being taken by the board. So I think I can be fair and objective, but I wanted to make that disclosure. Okay, with that being said, we'll move on to item C1.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Aaron Scott with the Stream Protection and Management Branch. Item C1 is a introduction, not a full discussion, but an introduction to a report Commission staff put together following 4 years or to 7 years, if you want to include all of the measurements of fieldwork conducted in Central Maui related to streams restored in Nawaiʻeha, the Waihe'e, Waiʻehu, Wailuku, and Waikapu streams. Staff have been conducting biological surveys with the assistance of Division of Aquatic Resources, with the assistance of a variety of staff, whether they're in Planning Branch or Stream Protection Management Branch, as well as with community volunteers throughout the data in this report related to the ecological data presented is from 2021 to 2024. So we surveyed these sites, a number of sites, 3 years, 3 out of the 4 years. And then the hydrological data include updated streamflow statistics based on USGS gauging at continuous record stations and partial record stations. Those partial record stations are updated following the statewide low flow statistics study that was conducted from 2018 to 2021. So this is going to be a brief presentation, but it provides some context for where we are with water availability to meet in-stream and non-in-stream uses in Central Maui, and the current consequences of in-stream flow standards for the ecology of the stream. There are basically two sections. The first section focuses on hydrology. The second section focuses on ecology. And I'll just, a couple of takeaways. I won't go into too much detail other than to say we have approximately 10 to 15% less water, depending on the flow statistic you're using, across the board, based on the 20-year period of record from 2004 to 2023. And then on the ecology side, we have some streams that support tremendous diversity and large populations of our amphibious species, namely Wailuku and Waihe'e. Waiʻehu and Waikapu do not as much. Now, Waiʻehu does have a nice estuary where we have recruitment, lots Oholehole, Ki'iwai. We do see some Alamo'o at the higher elevation. But Waiʻehu in particular is affected by a lot of urbanization and agricultural development, a lot of non-native species along the riparian zone from Mauka to Makai, which we believe is affecting the health of the stream. So we see a lot of leaf litter, a lot of low dissolved oxygen conditions in Waiʻehu. Waikapu similarly is affected by agricultural development within the watershed, but it also does not have a continuous connection to the ocean. The Kealia wetland, apologies, it does not open very often to the ocean, and also supports a lot of non-native fish that
Can I
might.
interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
In the old studies, there was unknown. So that was part of the reason why, at least for my recommendation, we allowed stream flow to increase to see whether it's connected. So now you find out that there
It
is.
still does not connect to the ocean. And further, we've seen when low dissolved oxygen conditions occur in the wetland, you see a lot of dying tilapia, for example, which are predators. Well, it's good in one side, but they're predators of our endemic species. So with that, I'll just close the presentation just to say that this the PDF of this document has been online since August, I believe, on the website, and that is all.
Commissioners, any questions? Yes, Hannah.
Just a comment, I noticed the old data sets in your report. And I just want to express my appreciation for the updating of that.
That came up in past discussions about how long contested cases take in dealing with old statistics and old hydrological data that may not be relevant today. So we're trying to be a little bit more proactive in developing those data sets.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Do I have any members of the public here who'd like to provide a comment on item C1? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I would like to know.
Okay, Hokual, please go ahead, unmute yourself.
Aloha mai kākou. Can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Right on. Mahalo. Aloha Chair, aloha Deputy Director, fellow commissioners. My name is Hokuau Pellegrino, Board President of Hui o Nawai Iha. I don't have too much to say other than just, first and foremost, extending my gratitude to the Commission, allowing for this study to have taken place. And of course, utmost gratitude to Aaron and his team for doing the hard work. In Nawai Iha this year, I think we can be very clear that it's throughout Hawaii, we're experiencing an unprecedented drought. We're seeing stream flows much lower than stream flow standards that have been set in place. We're seeing them base flows lower than we've experienced on any record, and so reports like this are really critical for our community to understand what is happening, both from a hydrologic perspective, but as well as a biological perspective. So I just wanted to come on the record to share how important this work is, and my apologies to Aaron, because we've been trying to find a time for our community to gather and to look over some of this data as well, to ensure that our community, our greater community, is understanding the work that is being done, and also just understand from a community perspective how we can support the Commission, Aaron's team, to ensure that that our streams are continuing to flow, and that the biology in these streams are going to continue to survive and thrive. And so that's, just appreciate the report. Very diligent, very well done, thorough. In regards to, I think one of the comments Aaron made about Waikapu, our stream has been, just like many other streams in the Nawai Iha, have been quite low due to the historic drought. And we've seen times in the past where Kealia will, the Muliwai of Palalau will open up into the area of Ma'alaya and allow for stream life and marine life to coexist together. But this year we have seen Waikapu stream stop flowing to Kealia now for, I would say, over 5 months due to this historic drought. And it's something that we've been spending quite a bit of time observing and just, so just thank you very much for your time, and thank you, Aaron, and your team for allowing this work to take place, and look forward to continuing to work with you folks.
Thank you very much, Hokuau. Appreciate your comments on this and your continued work with our staff and the good work you're doing in the community. Thank you. David Franco, did you want to make a comment on C2? Oh, I'm sorry, C1. I'm sorry, C1.
He's here for C2.
C, all right. Is there anybody else on Zoom for C1?
No.
Okay.
What about Avery Chumley?
Oh, yeah. Is Avery Chumley, are you here for C1?
Did not indicate.
I am here just to participate and watch, and thank you for the staff for the excellent work on the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no other comments either in Zoom or the boardroom, I'm going to close public comments. This was a non-action item, so there's nothing further that we need to do on this one. So we'll move on to, well, before we move on to item C1, C2, excuse me, let's take a 10-minute break. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
sharing because I'm very confident.
We're back early.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Okay, we're back. Guilty.
Oh, thank you, everyone. We're back in session. It's 10:20. We'll now move on to item C2, Stream Protection and Management Branch on East Maui drought conditions and consequences for non-in-stream uses by Maui Department of Water Supply and Mahi Pono. This is for information and non-action item. Aaron?
Is the video on? Do you want? No.
Oh.
I don't need a video. Nobody needs to see what I look like.
So
Everyone needs to see
No.
what you look like. You're the speaker.
They're proof of life that you're on Google.
Well, my background is all in stream, so.
Can I minimize things? Can I kind of? Yeah,
Mhm.
and then. This around.
I'm not-
Move it to the side.
No.
And I see it in the middle of mine. Oh, thank you. Excellent. Good morning, commissioners. Item C2 is a discussion of drought in East Maui and consequences for off-stream water use by Maui Department of Water Supply and Mahi Pono. This was primarily supposed to be a presentation about drought, in particular, the historic nature of drought conditions and the consequences for drinking water supply in particular. And I'm only briefly mentioning Mahi Pono because they're the one of the end users of the system. But the primary focus was supposed to be on availability of water for Department of Water Supply. It's not moving forward. There we go. Okay, so we have 4 continuous record gauging stations that have been in operation
Is
for.
it possible, Aaron, can we show it on that screen as well?
I'm not.
We're gonna get it together.
I don't know, anything is possible, I
Is
think.
it possible?
It's possible.
Is it possible?
Because it's okay.
It used to be possible.
It
Maybe-
was once possible.
Okay, you can.
Try check with.
I can get out of the way. You can drive.
Display settings.
Because the people that are sitting on this side of the room are just gonna start to get a crank
While
now.
we're doing that, let me ask you, I'm used to Q70s. How come we're using Q75s now? Weren't we using Q70s before?
Yeah, all 4.
I don't know, we've been using all sorts of numbers. I just.
know, and that's why it's so confusing. I never
Well,
know
Q-
what the actual stream flow is.
Well, the stream flow varies.
Because these are all historical stuff. Right?
I don't, they are statistics based on a period of record. So in the table in front of you,
So.
we have 2 different periods of record. The 1984 to 2013 climate period, which is the most recent statistics available from USGS, published statistics, and we have the most recent 3 water years.
Well, let me ask you a simple question. We have diversions. People take water off of streams. We have to leave so much left in there. What number do you use?
That's a deeper question than a 1-minute answer.
That's my problem, you know, these things, there's no clear answer every time I ask these people.
Well, partly.
Sorry,
it's-
you know, you're the guy I always point to, but I mean, I like a simple stuff that we can never get any kind of solid information all the time.
We have
For
solid
example, I'll
information.
give you an example right now. We use as measurements above all diversions up to at least the time that you're doing a historical number. So it's a number that's really not true. It's sort of like a historical number.
So.
And that to me is important because as we move down the stream and we say the IFS is here and here and here, I don't know what we started off with. If we start off with a historical number and then we get to real numbers, right?
I don't quite understand. I So the amount of water in a stream varies over time. So you have to.
No, I
No,
understand. You don't have to tell me that kind of crap. I mean, enough of that. What I'm saying is that when you look at the stream flows that we've been following, for example, Navajo, we start off with Guadalupe River. Above our diversions, the historical thing was Q70. Now we're using Q75. And then as we get down below diversions, they tell us what the stream flow should be below a particular diversion. I never see numbers that say what the actual flow was above and how much they took off.
So that Q70 value is dependent on a period of record. So it could be 100 years, or it could be since 1984, or it can be the most recent 20 years. And it's going to change what Q70 value is. So it's going to depend on how relevant we want the value to represent in terms of current climate conditions.
But what I'm saying is that I'm looking at the actual numbers that are in the Navajo decision. It says Q70 above so-and-so before all diversions is X. And then we say that the IFS below this particular version should, after the water is taken up, should be 10. Right. And then below that, but I never have clear to me how much water was available to be taken off before we reached the Q10 right below the version. And so
you mean how much is available to be withdrawn from the stream?
Yeah.
So I can.
Can you take that in the context of this presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will get into that.
Okay, good.
I lost my train of thought.
Deep
So
breath.
we have 4 continuous record stream gauges measuring natural flow conditions across East Maui at the moment. We have a couple of 3 continuous record gauging stations funded through USGS that measure regulated flow. I will focus on the natural flow conditions that have occurred.
And Aaron, bear with my ignorance. Could you just go over Q50, Q75, what they all stand for?
So to get to those numbers, we have in the graph a continuous record of stream flow at this location pictured on the left. That's USGS 16570000 from 2021, October 1st, 2021 to October 1st, 2025. That's 3 water years, water year 2022 to 2025. So this continuous record for the last 3 years, the statistics based on that record, the median flow, Q50 is the 50th percentile flow, also called the median flow. For that period of record, 8.9 CFS. The previously estimated median flow, so for that 1984 to 2013 climate period, was 14 CFS. So we are comparing 2 different two different windows of time and the water available at differing percentiles. So Q75, I could have done Q70. I just picked, 4 of the percentile flows. This is the flow that occurs at least 75% of the time, so a lower flow. We're at 5 CFS compared to 8 CFS. Q90 is the flow that occurs at least 90% of the time. So that's an even lower flow. So we're at originally, or the 1984 to 2013 window, the Q90 was 4.6. The current one is 2.9. So I am just depicting how less water is available in the stream naturally compared to the previous estimated climate period. For all these stations are going to have the same setup where we have a continuous record in the top right corner, a photo of the station in the left corner, and the statistics based on those that record.
But the quality of flows, so we are comparing apples and apples, just different time periods. Okay, thank you. So
Na'ili Ha'ele is in Puelo, and then Hanabi is in Mexico. The medium flow for the 1984 to 2013 period was 6.2 CFS. The most recent 3 years was 3.8 CFS. So that again is about a third less or 40% less water naturally flowing in the stream. Honopo, on the other side of the Puelo area, we, in the previous period of record, 1984 to 2013 window, the Q95, for example, the really, really low flows was down to 1.3 CFS. In the most recent 3 years, 0.3 CFS. And in fact, we had weeks and weeks in August through middle of October where Honopo stream was flowing less than 0.5 CFS and down to, I believe, 0.1 to 0.18 CFS, which are all-time record low flows. This station has been in operation since 1921, I think, continuously. And we're talking weeks of record low flows. This has not been limited to just the 1,200-foot window. This is the upper Kula system, Haipua stream above Waikamoe Flume. This feeds the Olinda water treatment facility. The Commission on Water Resource Management operates a stream gauge that's depicted in the upper photo. USGS operates in cooperation with Maui County a stream gauge on Waikamoe above the upper Kula system. The USGS gauge was reading 0 for much of the last few months. This station was reading, you can see that in the bottom left corner, that little flow of water coming out of the wall. That is the natural flow in the stream. And granted, this is a high elevation. We're talking 4,800 feet or so in elevation up on Haleakala. But historically, this fed about 500,000 gallons per day to the Olinda water treatment facility. Streams were drying up during the last 6 months, all across East Maui. Pa'akea stream near Nahiku had just a small amount of flow upstream and downstream the Ko'olau ditch. Makapipi stream has been dry, I think, since January. We've been there multiple times this year and it has been dry the entire time.
So Aaron, I know that your dates are 2022 to 2025 and these are averages. But within that average, are you seeing a consistent trend of it getting drier and drier from 2022 to year 2025?
So the 2022 to 2025 window was 1 year drier than the other.
Yeah.
This year, in 2025 was especially dry. 2023 and 2024 were dry seasons. And then last year's wet season was very dry. What do I do with this? Join the audio or later?
Oh, no, don't do that. Yeah, just say later.
Okay. So we had a very dry wet season, which led into a dry season, which was extremely dry, which we've had, the lack of water in the watershed, the soils are drying out. If there is a rainfall event, it doesn't seep into the ground. It evaporates quickly, runs off. There's no sustained recharge in the last 6 or 8 months in East Maui. So even the Haiku streams have been dry for months as well. So this is Halehaku and Opana, which are tributaries of the Ipi or Halehaku Gulch, and they've been dry much of the last 4 months. So even between Honopo and Maliko, there's been no water available. So how historic is this year? So I'm going to talk about the 3 gauging stations, Hanabi, Hanabi, West Waialua Iki, and Honopo. And these are gauging stations that have been in operation continuously since the 1920s. And this is just the last 45 years of data presented. The number of days per year that the flow in the stream was less than the Q95 flow. So Q95 flow, there's supposed to be, that means 5% of the days are less on average. So 95, you have to invert it, but it means that if there are 100 days of record, only 5 should be less than the Q95. In 2025, at the Honopo station, we had 150 days out of 365 that were less than the 5th percent or 95th percentile flow. So that is as bad as it has ever been. 2014, we had a pretty dry year and it was at about 115 days. But again, it was just consistently dry from wet season to dry season. And I did not want to get too much into the impacts to in-stream water use, but I do want to mention that obviously drought is going to affect in-stream values. It'll affect recreation and aesthetic values, less water flowing in the stream, less water flowing over waterfalls. We do have many streams with aesthetic values and recreational plunge pools fully restored, including West Waialua Iki and Waialua Nui. We definitely saw reduced downstream flows for kalo production, particularly in KNI. Luckily, those streams have been fully restored, so we have not had to work with the irrigation system operator. Those streams have been complete, those diversions have been completely abandoned. So in terms of kalo production in KNI and Wailua, definitely it's been affected by drought. I mean, it's just less water. We flew over Waiakamilo last week, and Waiakamilo wasn't making it to the stream mouth, and that's a fully restored stream. And then of particular concern is the effect on reduced habitat and recruitment for amphibious species. We have been working throughout the state, but also in East Maui and West Maui on quantifying impacts to our amphibious species. The important part is that even in extremely small, low-flowing streams, say in East Molokai, we have seen amphibious species surviving. They might not be thriving, but they are at least surviving. And you know, they are adapted to the boom and bust of runoff conditions in tropical environments. So that's one thing to take note. I'm just hoping that wet season comes along and sustains base flows for species. So what are the impacts to off-stream water use? If you're unfamiliar, which you may or may not be, to the East Maui system, there are multiple irrigation systems. High elevation, the Upper Kula and Waikamoi Flume, the Lower Kula pipeline. So can you see my, all right. So this is the Upper Kula Waikamoi Flume, which feeds the Olinda Water Treatment Facility, which is identified in this green box. The Lower Kula pipeline feeds the Piholo Water Treatment Facility, which is this green box. And then the East Maui irrigation system, which starts in Nahiku and operates the Ko'olau ditch and then the Wailoa ditch have been in operation this year. The lower elevation ditches have not been diverting any water, at least in the last 4 months, because there was no water. In order to meet the IFS, they had to shut down those intakes. So only water flowing in the Wailoa ditch was available for off-stream water use. And the Kamole water treatment facility, which these water treatment facilities are operated by Maui County DWS. That has been the beneficiary of water in the Wailoa ditch. So I'm going to flip the map. I apologize. North is now down, not up. Same 3 water treatment facilities in blue and the irrigation systems in orange. And then these are the county wells. The 2 wells, Hamakua Poko, which are 5420-001 and 5420-002, are the 2 wells that were brought online in the last 4 months to serve drinking water supply because of low flow conditions. There's just not been enough water, surface water available for drinking water supply. If you don't know, obviously these systems are complicated and interconnected, but what you have to take home is that it takes a lot of energy to move water uphill. And while the Wailoa water treatment facility is the largest, it's also the lowest in elevation, and it has no storage. So to move water uphill requires a series of booster pumps, and you can move water all the way up to the Olinda level, or the 4,000-foot elevation, but it costs a lot. The 3 water treatment facilities in total consume or utilize somewhere around 6 to 10 million gallons per day. There's also about 500,000 gallons per day that goes to the Kula Ag Park of East Maui Water. This is kind of the breakdown of the 3 systems, and then the estimated total demand on average. Again, there's ups and downs, obviously. And then here is this year's Department of Water Supply daily production, or daily raw water inflow, I should say, for the last year. And at the 3 water treatment facilities. Olinda water treatment facility has been down recently for maintenance. So, and then the Piholo water treatment facility, which has one 50 million gallon reservoir, is really dependent on sustained base flows captured at the 2,800-foot elevation. And as drought has taken hold, those base flows have dropped considerably, as depicted in the green line. So we had a kind of a mid-September freshet, but other than that, we had really, really low flows in Piholo, which meant that, while Olinda was down, a lot of that water was being pumped up to the higher elevations. So there just was no water available at the upper elevations. Kamole Weir water treatment facility, or the Kamole water treatment facility, really had to step up in terms of production to get water to the higher elevations. And that's where we saw this blue line really get ramped up over the last 3 months or so. So again, the Kamole water treatment facility, which is getting somewhere between 4 and 6 million gallons per day, is dependent on Wailoa ditch. And so here is mid-October, the Wailoa ditch at Kamole Weir. The left photo is the county intake, and then the right photo is the ditch flow coming in. And then essentially the county was getting all of the water that was available. I think this was somewhere around 6 million gallons per day. And it was all going into that intake right there. So that's the Kamole water treatment facility, right next to the ditch. The Kula Ag Park also gets about 500,000 gallons per day. And just to provide some context with regards to how the county and EMI operate, there's an MOU between EMI and Maui DWS that DWS can receive 12 million gallons with an option for an additional 4 million gallons for a total of 16 million gallons. During low flow periods when ditch flows are greater than 16.4 MGD, both will receive 8.2. And then if these minimum amounts cannot be delivered, both receive prorated shares of the water that is available, 16.4 million gallons per day. I don't think there's been that amount of water in the ditch since February. There's just been such low flows. Maybe up to 20 million gallons per day, a few periods of time, but really we've been, the whole system has
And the average.
has been low. In recent periods, the EMI has not restricted the allotment of water to Maui DWS, meaning Maui DWS takes what they need without regards to EMI's or Mahipona's water use needs. Basically, EMI is operating to serve Maui DWS first. And again, under drought conditions, DWS may withdraw 6 million gallons and whatever else remains is used for irrigation. So I just want to point out that since August 28th, Mahipono has not received any surface water at all. That means that Mahipono has to rely on groundwater. Groundwater does not sustain all of their fields, just their lower elevation fields. They have multiple wells in Paia and Kahului aquifer systems. They've been ramping up groundwater production. These are the most recent months. And it's basically to sustain their farming operations. Without this, they would all of their plants would not survive. So I talked a little bit about the 1984 to 2013 period of record, and that is what our 2022 recommendations were based on. And if you're not familiar with this report, similar to the Naveja report, the staff put together 3 years of fieldwork and a lot of USGS data to characterize low flow characteristics and surface water availability in East Maui. This is available, it's been available on our website for 3.5 years. And it takes every single stream, every single main stream in East Maui and provides the streamflow statistics for that location at the Ko'olau, Spreckles, or Wailoa ditch elevation. Basically the elevation that is available at the highest point to feed the Wailoa ditch and Kamole water treatment facility. And then there is an estimate of how much water is available after implementation of any in-stream flow standard that was either implemented in 2018 following the 2018 decision in order or following the 2022 recommendations that were accepted. And without going into too much detail, I just want to highlight that there is a section that estimates total water available for the entire system at different frequencies. So the Q95 flow. So under drought conditions, naturally there is 37 CFS. After implementation of all of the in-stream flow standards, there should be about 17 CFS. So that box is here reproduced again. Natural flow in the Ko'olau ditch, Wailoa ditch elevation after the 2018 IIFS implementation and after the 2022 IIFS implementation. We estimated down to the Q95 low flow because much of the data were not available to estimate Q99 or anything lower than Q95. But as we have seen in the last year, we are at or below Q99 for much of the time. But I will say that our estimates were pretty spot on, that after 2022 IFS implementation at Q95, there'd be about 7.7 million gallons per day. We have seen that regularly. We've seen as little as 5 or 6 million gallons per day in Wailoa ditch. So we are pretty confident that these numbers are relatively accurate, although they might need to be adjusted downward to reflect even the most drastic drought conditions that we are observing. And I just want to point out that the commission in their decision and order recognized that there are streams for which restoration would not result in significant biological or ecological gains, and that water may be available for non-in-stream uses. From those streams, connectivity flow to allow for movement of in-stream biota would be sufficient. And I just want to point out that I think all of the nonprofits or organizations, community groups that were involved in the 2018 decision and order supported diversified agriculture in central Maui. So we have a conundrum. There is insufficient water under extreme drought conditions to meet the stated objectives of the 2018 decision and order regarding water use from East Maui, principally that Maui DWS needs a reliable supply to meet potable water demand. Mahi Pono uses brackish groundwater for lower elevation fields, and this we've seen can sustain them through some of these droughts. But if we are going to experience droughts of equal magnitude and or length moving forward, we might need to revisit past decisions. So why isn't groundwater a viable solution for DWS? Well, as I explained, moving water uphill is costly. It costs a lot of energy to move water from in the upcountry system from 1,000 feet to 4,000 feet from Kamole to Olinda. And Maui DWS does not have necessarily the budget to sustain that indefinitely. So that's something to consider. So there are possible solutions. One is to modify the diversions to capture more high flows for storage and recommend that DLNR support that. Storage would need to be adapted. So we need better reservoirs, larger reservoirs potentially. But reservoirs are costly to maintain, are costly in terms of dam safety. But that is one of possible solutions. Another solution might be to modify IFSs under low flow or extreme drought conditions to ensure reliable supply for DWS. And as we look at that as a viable solution, since Commission does not necessarily have regulatory jurisdiction over reservoirs, I can provide some insight into what streams we might look at. Principally, streams with substantial groundwater gains below the diversion, not streams designated as kalo producing or community use streams. So I'm gonna whip out the diagram of East Maui streams as I understand it. I handed out this is in addition to the PowerPoint. And I apologize, I should have included this in the original. The commission designated various streams as either biology streams or ecosystem streams for full restoration, cultural or kalo producing streams for full restoration, or streams with partial restoration. Some of those partial restoration streams have connectivity flows in which habitat is connected across the diversion, and some of them have what we call H90 flows, or 64% of medium base flow, which is equivalent to protecting 90% of the available estimated habitat for a stream. So color-coded in this diagram are streams based on those different designations: full restoration for kalo or cultural or community use, full restoration for ecosystems, and then partial restoration. And then some of the flow statistics. Yep.
Have you confirmed, I know back then we said like 64% restoration leads to 90%, but have you confirmed that in your?
So I'm going to talk about some of the data today. So Some of those streams that have substantial groundwater gains below the diversion include Hanavi stream. Currently, the Hanavi stream IFS is 0.92 CFS. These are stream flow statistics at upper, middle, and lower elevations. And if you look at the top chart, the lower elevation median base flow, that's total flow Q50, is 32 CFS. At the diversion, 7.1 CFS. And this is from Gingrich 2005. So we'd have to adjust these statistics based on current climate conditions. But essentially, the take-home message is 65% of the stream flow at the mouth is from groundwater gains below the ditch. Or some percentage. My brain is failing me on the fly. And then in terms of habitat available, under diverted conditions, the amount of flow as a percent of natural habitat in lower and middle elevations is 100%. So we are not losing habitat for amphibious species if we are diverting water at Hanavi, is the take home. So in the decision in order, I just wanted to highlight that little benefit would be achieved from the release of more water past the diversion. So Hanavi, keep that in mind. Here is the intake at Hanavi. There's a connectivity flow, and then there's also a restored volume of flow. This is us monitoring the restored flow. Kapa'ula, similarly, it's a gaining stream below the diversion. Currently, the IFS is 0.56 CFS, and it gains from upper down to the lower elevations. The lower and middle elevations under diverted flow conditions have about 50% of natural conditions, but Kapa'ula has a terminal waterfall at the end of the stream, and the biological rating is low. And the commission decided that increasing stream flow is not anticipated to enhance overall productivity of the stream. Yep.
Is that waterfall incised?
I don't remember off the top of my head. Here's Kapa'ula, and this is the restored flow right here. Pa'akea, another stream with tremendous groundwater gains. At the Ko'olau ditch, medium flow was 1.5 CFS, estimated by Gingrich. Down at the mouth, it's 6.5. So again, it's gaining most of its water below the irrigation system. Under diverted flow conditions, about 84% or 81% of habitat is still available. And this particular stream has good stream flow from spring input, and while flow restoration may increase connectivity, it's not likely to enhance overall productivity of the stream or substantial increase to estuary habitat. That's from the DNO. Here is Pa'akea, and the intake is not in operation, has not been in operation since 2016. Kopili'ula is a stream that also gains a large amount of water downstream below the Ko'olau ditch. Over 50% more water down at the mouth. And the current IFS is 3.2 CFS. Under fully diverted conditions, about 50% of the habitat is available. And right now, we're restoring flow, the H90 flow. Here's Kopili'ula at the Ko'olau ditch. That's the intake. And then West Wailuaiki is currently at natural flow. And again, it gains water from upstream down to downstream. Under diverted flow conditions, this has the least amount of habitat available. Here is the flow being restored at West Wailu'a Iki. So I'm going to get into some of the data that we've been gathering, monitoring data to address the question of whether H90 flow is substantially different. A stream that has an H90 flow is substantially different than a fully restored stream. This gets a little bit complicated, so bear with me. We have surveys done. Yeah.
H90.
So it's the magnitude of flow that's estimated to protect 90% of the habitat for amphibious species. This comes from, it's the magnitude of flow that's estimated to protect 90% of the habitat.
And your map shows West Wailu'a Iki or East Wailu'a Iki as full restoration for ecosystem.
East Wailu'a Iki has an H90 flow or partial restoration. West Wailu'a Iki is full restoration.
You know, I think it's to explain it in a more simple way. When as you fill up a stream bed, the last part on the sides takes a lot more water than the lower side. That's why.
Okay. So I have 4 streams that we've monitored over the last 12 years that vary somewhat in management. Hanavi, which currently has a connectivity flow. Kopili'ula, which has H90 restoration. East Wailu'a Nui, which is full restoration, and West Wailu'a Iki, which has full restoration. Now this is stream biota monitoring, so biological monitoring above the Ko'olau ditch, so at an elevation above where the connectivity flow would provide connectivity. So the purpose of the connectivity flow is to allow for amphibious species to go upstream above the diversion. In 2012, we had partial restoration following 2008-2010 commission decisions in these streams. So we have, and then this is opie density, I apologize. All of these values are opie density. 2012, they were all about the same. They all had about a little bit of restoration, essentially partial stream flow restoration in these streams. We did not get to East Wailu'a Nui in 2012, so that's not a 0, it's a not surveyed. However, West Wailu'a Iki was a little bit great, had a little bit more in terms of opie density. In 2017, so after HCNS shut down in 2016, most of these streams were fully restored. And these 4 were fully restored. And as you can see, this is after 1 year of full restoration, opie density varied a little bit. It was a little bit less in East Wailu'a Nui, a little bit more in Kopili'ula, but they're all up on the same order of magnitude, if you will. Then in 2022, the H90 flow was implemented in Kopili'ula, and the connectivity flow was implemented in Hanavi. However, we did see an increase in opie density in Hanavi. Kopili'ula and East Wailu'a Nui. East Wailu'a Nui was fully restored, but they were on par with each other. And then West Wailu'a Iki was somewhere in the middle. And that was, again, fully restored, West Wailu'a Iki. So in 2022, the stream with the greatest opie density and abundance, if you will, was Hanavi. In 2024, Hanavi was off the charts. We had to replace the chart. Opie density was up in the 25 per square meter, which is pretty outstanding. Kopili'ula was the next greatest in terms of opie density. And then East and West Wailu'a Iki were approximately the same. And I am pointing this out because East Wailuanui and West Wailuiki have been fully restored now for 6 years. And their abundances, while increased compared to 2017, 2022, are nowhere near those of Hanavi, which only has a connectivity flow. So the take home is not that we shouldn't restore streams fully. The take home is that sometimes downstream conditions can improve upstream recruitment. Hanavi has a lot of groundwater gains downstream, and those help with recruitment. Kopiliula has a lot of groundwater gains downstream, and that helps with recruitment. East Wailuanui has groundwater gains, but it's not to the extent that Hanabi and Kopiliula have. West Wailuiki similarly has some groundwater gains, but not to the extent that Hanabi has. For example, we measured at the stream mouth, West Wailuiki stream flow last week was 3.05 CFS, and the USGS gauge above the Ko'olau ditch was 2.01 CFS. So it had a gain of about 1 CFS, which is good. It's not inconsequential, but it's nothing like Hanavi that gains 15 million gallons per day or 20 CFS, somewhere in that order. So this is one data set examining the impacts of different management practices on recruitment. The next data set is related to stream mouths. Now, stream mouths are critically important for gathering practices. Estuaries are really important as a nursery habitat, and stream mouths tend to support a greater diversity of species that are not the best climbers, like Opai and Alamo'o. This data set is from many years ago. The pandemic had negatively impacted DAR's ability to get to these sites, let's say. So we only have data up through January 2020 at stream mouths for East Wailuaiki and West Wailuaiki, not East Wailuanui, mind you, this is a different stream. East Wailuaiki is H90 restored, West Wailuaiki fully restored. And I'm just putting this out here to show the variability over time. I don't want to make any more generalizations from this data set, but I'm just pointing it out that it exists, and that even though West Wailuaiki is fully restored, it doesn't always have the greatest density of species at the mouth. We returned to East and West Wailuaiki last week, and we were able to gather follow-up data for the first time following that January 2022 survey. East Wailuaiki has an H90 stream flow restoration. West Wailuaiki has been fully restored. On the left are 2 photos of those streams under drought conditions. And I'm grateful for my staff who helped with gathering this data. We have 6 species depicted on the right in terms of density. East Wailuaiki is in blue, West Wailuaiki is in green. As you can see, West Wailuaiki, while fully restored, the benefit to individual species was minimal other than to a hole, whereas East Wailuaiki tended to benefit Nakea more so. It might just be that Nakea are more tolerant of lower flow conditions, and a hole really prefer much deeper streams. So those 2 species might be more indicative of long-term trends in what's happening in the stream. But if your concern is for, say, gathering of hihibai, we did not see a statistical difference between the 2 streams, or gathering of prawn, there was not a statistical difference between the 2 streams. Akupa, not a statistical difference between the streams. Akupa is more of an estuary species. We're not monitoring estuaries. We don't have the means to do that. That's more of a DAR function. So I can't tell you with any certainty what estuary health is like, other than West Wailua Iki because of, well, they kind of share an estuary. They share a bay. West Wailua Iki, because of ocean conditions, the stream mouth stays open, and East Wailua Iki, the stream mouth stays closed for substantial portions of the year. But that's more related to the circulation currents within the bay and not necessarily stream flow itself.
And Aaron, you may have explained this, but what are the different management
So-
approaches for H90?
So H90 is a in-stream flow standard that supports 90% of the habitat. So I think it's 3.2 CFS. Wait, I can look it up. 3.7 CFS on East Wailua Iki. So West Wailua Iki, fully restored. East Wailua Iki has an IIFS of 3.7.
What's the difference? What's the difference in the IFS between the H90 and the full stream restoration?
So H90,
Is
the
the-
IFS is 3.7. And West Wailua Iki, the IFS is full restoration, just the full complement
see.
from low to
I see.
high of all flows.
Hmm.
So we are planning to return to more streams. We've in the future, we are just, this is the initial follow-up data set to the 2022 data that provided some context with regards to the difference between H90 restoration and full restoration. And I believe that's all I had. Yeah, that's all I had.
Yikes.
Yes. Yeah.
And you don't expect to see any difference in the biota between H90 and full restoration because of the incremental increase in.
Correct. Correct.
So so when you calculate, when you do the IIFS for H90, what do you take into consideration? What are you looking at?
So the original IIFSs were based on estimates of median base flow. And the H90 IIFS value was calculated based on 64% of median base flow. That's based on the USGS modeling data. So if you wanted to, so I guess the question first is 64% of median base flow the correct quantity? And has median base flow changed over time because of different climate periods? Those are the two follow-up questions I would have.
This was based upon the health of the biota. What about, let's say, coddle farming?
So the streams in the 2018 decision and order that affected or that had hollow production on them were fully and continue to be fully restored. They are not streams that are under that I have talked about.
So the ones that we have for the H90 does that also mean that those are not follow producing?
Correct.
Okay.
Since I was involved in that stuff, we restored the streams fully that had column production below, so that that wouldn't be affected because we had so many streams to deal with.
Yes.
We could pick and choose them.
So, our concern is also gathering.
Yes.
And if, I tried to provide a diversity of species that could be gathered from these streams, whether it's hihivai or nakea or opai. And the story is basically, we don't see any added benefit of full restoration.
And these were the species that were also identified as part of the testimony that we
Yeah.
received, right?
I should say that this is an order of sophistication over the information I was dealing with back then.
So when you talk about H90 and then this diagram, is partial restoration, all those purple bars, is that always H90?
No, some of these are connectivity flows. So I have not looked at this in quite some
Okay.
time. So,
Either or.
yeah, but the streams that were being discussed are to the left of the diagram, not any of the streams to the right.
Yeah. The other question I had is, you were tracking the restored streams sort of before and after. Did you have any unrestored sort of monitoring because things change year to year? Did you have that as a sort of control?
So we have no streams that have been fully diverted the entire time, if that's your question, in this data set.
Yeah, yeah. But does data exist? DAR or whatever?
So DAR and Seaworm have monitored 2 streams that were fully diverted in 2012 and 2017. But by 2022, there was some restoration, I believe, in them. So
the answer is no.
no, we don't have fully
Yeah.
diverted streams anymore.
Or not in this part, for sure. But like-
Not, yeah, definitely, I mean, not in Kenai and
Yeah.
Mexico.
Okay, I mean, just to,
So
we're limited in our interpretation if we look before and after, but if we are interested in the effects of restoration over time, isn't it helpful to have that kind of sort of backstop? And I guess actually there's really only a couple locations west where that would apply. Actually, I'm getting puzzled books, so let me think about my question and I'll
Okay.
follow up on another time. I'm just trying to understand what information we have.
So unfortunately, if you want to look at change over time, we're limited to what we started with back in 2012. Even in 2008, 2009, DAR's data set is fairly limited. For example, I think in Hanavi, they only surveyed 3 quadrats above the diversion. So we surveyed 20. So 20 is our minimum. We need to generalize with statistics. And 3, I would not make a generalization from.
So as I understand it, these streams that we're talking, at least these 4, this is sort of and no decisions are being made, but sort of a precursor.
I'm not even making a recommendation. I am just pointing out that we have experienced an extreme drought.
Yes.
DWS's water supply has been affected. That the commission staff were tasked by the commission in the 2018 decision in order to investigate the benefits of H90 restoration and full restoration and connectivity restoration. And this is up to date, our investigation.
Because you've identified the problems and potential solutions.
The solution would be revisit some of the in-stream flow standards
right.
in these streams that have gains in stream flow. As long as the in-stream values are protected.
Yes. Okay.
So just so I'm walking away with the right understanding of what was presented, because there was a lot of information. What we're seeing is H90 and connectivity provide maybe equitable response even compared to full restoration. So they might be potential options. That gaining below the diversion is an important variable to consider. And also, what was the last one? Where you have different species, we might consider sort of the implications for Apolepole versus, other species that may be of value. Is there anything?
No,
Is that kind of the key takeaway?
I think it also, I would consider this the need to address under extreme conditions. So we've had an extreme drought.
Yeah.
And the commission might, under future extreme conditions, need to take action. I'm not saying we even need to address it now unless Maui County asks us to address it. But it's something to put in the back of your pocket as maybe an emergency situation where we've pre-identified action plans that have minimal negative consequences to the environment to ensure that drinking water supply is protected.
Yeah, at the same time, if aridification is the trend, we also, so that's the Band-Aid, but there's also a need to really look hard at longer term capacity if,
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe DWS does have a plan to increase storage, and they might be able to discuss that with us today.
Okay, just thanks. I want to make sure I'm walking away with the right idea here.
Thank you. I hear your concern, Aaron. At home with our water tank, we try to plan for drought before we're in the drought. And a significant aspect of that is changing our thinking and our behavior. But appreciate your reporting to us. Thank you.
No, this is really important, and I appreciate the proactiveness. I mean, to a certain extent, EMI is going to be sort of after the fact, but we now have some tools, and you've now identified some uncertainties that we had in when we did the IIS. But now you've been able to sort of quantify what those impacts. But we're going to be doing West Maui very soon. It is not getting any better, so it is really helpful to have this understanding that obviously we just need to do better monitoring throughout the term of the life of those permits. But it does look as if what may be within the kuleana of CWER, of the Water Commission, is the potential of IIFS versus, some of the longer term solutions may be out of our hands. So, yeah, so that may lead us to public comments, because I said.
I would just challenge, it's not out of our hands, but it's out of stream protection and management and in planning.
Yeah.
So it is within CWER's hands, but a different sort of strategy and tactic.
Before we go to public comment, I just have a few things to say about water specifically.
Because, Aaron's the stream guy. I'm not the groundwater person. However, I will do my best. And you saw Aaron's presentation touched on a lot of the groundwater use in Central Maui right now. I just wanted to note, we're working on getting a deep monitor well located in Paia so that we can actually track what's going on with the aquifer more accurately. Right now, we don't have a deep monitor well in the Central Maui aquifer sector. So these East Maui streams have been very well studied. We're only now really getting a good grip on what's happening in Central Maui, and we're not there yet. We have been looking at water levels and chlorides, but those are in pumping wells. So they don't necessarily give us the best idea. Ideally, we would be measuring water levels and chlorides in wells that are not actively being pumped. We are seeing chlorides typically rising with pumping. And then, there doesn't seem to be a sustained increase in chlorides right now in Central Maui. To address some of these uncertainties regarding Central Maui, like I said, we're working on a deep monitor well. We also, last legislative session, those of you who've been on the commission will probably recall this being in our budget, received funding for USGS to do a study on Central Maui with the goal of informing us whether our hydrologic boundaries for Central Maui are accurate. If you look at the map of the hydroelectric units in central Maui, and I'm sorry, I didn't prepare it, but they kind of cut across the slope of Haleakala rather than going from Uka to Kai, as one would imagine. Based on the typical moku ahupua'a system, they really kind of are strangely going laterally across the slope of Haleakala, probably due to the extent of return irrigation from the agricultural era and the significance of return irrigation back in those days. So commission staff is working actively with USGS to try to get that study going, and that should give us a better idea of whether our current management model is accurate, and also help us characterize potential impacts on groundwater dependent ecosystems, which on Maui have not been, and certainly for central Maui have not historically been visible. And by visible, I mean studied and openly acknowledged that there are potentially groundwater dependent ecosystems on that northern part, or both north and south of Maui's central isthmus, that could be impacted by groundwater pumping. And that's all I have.
Are you also getting data from Mahipono on their two wells?
We do receive data, monthly water use reporting data from Mahipono.
Is that helpful? I mean, are we getting any kind of trends out of that?
They've only been pumping recently for many of their wells. So it's too soon.
It's too soon. Okay.
I'm here. I can jump in. Sorry. So we don't receive. Sorry, this is Ryan with the groundwater branch. So we are not receiving water levels or chlorides for several of their wells, but we have reached out to them and still haven't received the data. But we will reach out to them again and get them into compliance with reporting requirements. Thanks.
Chair John Staplebean has his hand raised.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chair. This is John.
Yeah, we're going to take public comments. Did you want to make a comment, or you wanted to ask?
Well, some issues came up that I could respond to if you'd like.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, just briefly. We are pursuing additional water supplies up country. In fact, we had a meeting on October 9th, and we have a second meeting tonight where we present our plan for upcountry water sources. It includes, number one, is increasing the capacity of the Kamoli treatment plant, which we can do because we're replacing the filters after 20 years. And just by replacing the filters, it provides additional treatment capacity because filter technology has improved. But with those new filters, we will be able to take more water at the Kamoli plant. And so we will be requesting, as I think you all know, additional water allocations from the Waialua Ditch because the plant will be able to handle additional water. In addition to that, at Kamoli, we are in the design now of reservoirs at the Kamoli treatment plant. 2 reservoirs, total capacity of 140 million gallons. So large reservoirs. These have been something that has been on the books for a long time. We are now under design, and our hope is to be able to construct those reservoirs over the next few years. They are expensive. Our estimate now is about $25 million, and our entire capital budget is $30 million. So it would take out of our capital budget. We are looking for federal funding, and we're actually, that's the number 1 project for federal funding. So we are definitely pursuing storage at Kamoli. That's like our top priority up country. And in addition to that, we are looking at pursuing some private wells to purchase them or lease them, and additional also in the Mako Aquifer, and also drilling some county wells. So I just wanted to let you know that we are pursuing sources up country, but we really at our best source is additional water at Kamoli. And I heard you mention earlier that when we pump it up, it's expensive. So the wells are going to be expensive, and pumping is expensive. We are using the HPOCO wells. We've been using those for a few months. Frankly, that's really saved us because the conditions have been so dry. We have obviously we're required to do very frequent testing of the quality of the water after it goes through the the GAC filters, and so far we haven't detected any contaminants whatsoever in the after the filtration. So that's all good. Anyway, that's just kind of perspective from DWS. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, John. Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Aaron before we take public comments? Okay, Chair. Yes.
I'm wondering, we're looking at diminishing volumes of water. Are we at maximum mechanical capability? Or is the infrastructure delivered at well-maintained and delivering as best it can?
So under low flow conditions, 100% of the water is being transmitted via the Ko'olau and Wailoa ditch, which is, I think 99.9% lined and or in tunnel, to the Kamole water treatment, so to Kamole Weir. So we don't see losses in those line sections or the tunnel sections. Most of the losses in the East Maui system occur in the unlined sections. And those are not in use under low flow conditions. So the problem is that natural flow is not even enough to meet the IFS in some situations. And therefore, there's zero water available for off-stream use in those streams.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. All right. And we can always ask Aaron some additional questions after we've heard public comments, but first we'll go inside the boardroom. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. So, Kim Malang, Deputy Water Supply.
Good news.
So you heard that what Director said,
Yes.
but so it's really dry, right? We
Mhm.
have never seen it as dry as it has been for 30 years, right? It's always been flow. And so we depend on the Wailoa ditch at Kamole, and when everything gets dry, that's where all the water comes from. And if you saw that one picture that Aaron showed of the intake, that intake usually needs to be covered for us to produce enough water. But as you can see, it was like about 2/3 down. And so now, and that was the week of the 13th, which we actually had to keep reducing flow at the plant, just so the plant could function, which means we were losing like over 1 million gallons a day that we could pump up. So it was really critical. And at that point, we went to stage 3.
Yes.
In drought, which means there's only public health and safety. That's all you can use the water for. Even the farmers get cut back. And then we got lucky, so it rained over that weekend, right? And so we got more water. But is that going to be sustainable? We don't know how much more rain we're going to get. Right now, we're okay. Today, we're going to go back to stage 2, give everybody some relief. But it's under the pretension that we'll go back to stage 3 immediately if we see it start falling off the column. So when that little bit of water is available, we take all of the water and none of the water goes to Kula Egg, or very little goes to them, so they don't get any of the water. And like the director said, we're working on in design of the 140 million gallon reservoir at Kamole right now. But it's still gonna take funding, and we're hoping federal funding. We're trying to get the funding, but we don't know what's gonna happen, right? So we're still waiting for that. It's like Aaron said, right? You can watch the water. And Waikamoe, which is feeds our Olinda plant, that's the highest. The water dries up there, then it dries up at Hiholo, and then it gets less at Kamole, but it's never been as low. I have never ever seen that little bit of water outside of Kamole. It was like scary. I mean, I would get up every morning and look at the mountain and see if it was raining. That's how it was. And so we're glad that we got the rain over the weekend, the 17th. I mean, that really helped us out for now. But is it gonna get sustained? Remember what we're gonna be dealing with in the next couple of months? We don't know. We are trying to get our Olinda plant back online. They're still about 3 months away from doing that. We had an issue with the storage tank, and there were some structural issues. We're trying to get that fixed. So hopefully we can get it done in 3 months. We're also going to use the storage. So there is a 100 million gallon Kakapa reservoir outside of Olinda that we use for storage. We're gonna run a pipeline from that down to our P Holo plant and try and process the water at that plant. We don't know what's gonna happen because that plant wasn't designed to process the type of water that's at Odin. But we're still gonna do that, but the issue now is there's no pipe in the state that we can use, so it's about a month before we can get the pipe. But we're trying to get all this stuff in
Yeah,
place
yeah,
just
yeah.
to see what we could do to help get through. That's kind of what we gotta do.
It's very dire. And so Mahipono is giving you,
We take it
Oh,
off, they
you're
don't get
taking it
nothing,
off.
yeah, so the treatment plant, Kamole takes it first. Then the Kula Egg Park takes it next, and then Mahipono takes it after that. So they're not getting nothing, so if we're taking it all at the treatment plant, then the Egg Park hardly gets any.
mm,
And like Aaron said, it's like about 500,000 gallons a day that they need to use. They do have storage, so they have about 1 million, they have 2 reservoirs, one is 1 million gallons and the other is 4.2.
so this past rain event were you able to capture, was Mahipono able
We
to
captured
capture?
everything, we
Okay.
topped everything
Oh,
off.
okay,
right.
okay, okay. And Mahipono too?
I
There
don't
is-
know,
oh,
we don't know
okay.
what, yeah, I don't know what they do.
Okay. Hmm.
You just keep going, that's all you do.
Just because I don't know the lay of the land, how does wastewater get processed that side as they're
There's,
just thinking about longer term future?
so for upcountry,
Yeah.
it's all cesspools or
Oh,
septic. There's
okay,
one
right.
treatment plant and it's in Pukalani, but it's very small.
Mhm.
And they don't process it back to our water.
Picking up on what Aurora is saying, though, that really is a discussion that's gonna need to be happening sooner than later as we're running out, as water is becoming more scarce. Are we maximizing our ability to reuse water? I'd rather see it being reused than being dumped into the ocean at the wastewater treatment plant. So those are the discussions that we should be having.
Yeah, so also at each one of our surface water treatment plants, we do recycle the water we use to backwash the filters. So, every day the filter's gotta be clean, just as part of the process. All that water gets recycled back in the front of the plant and we reuse whatever we can.
We're just speechless. It's just. There's no new subdivisions of countries. Okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes, please.
Thank you for addressing some of my curiosity about the mechanical aspects of the water delivery, so cleaning the filters and that movement of water. Appreciate your
Yeah,
comment.
and so like Aaron was saying, the system, I think, is capable of delivering the amount of needed water from East Mile irrigation. It's just that there's not any water, that's all.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you. David Franco?
Thank you. Testifying on behalf of the Sierra Club. I want to acknowledge Aaron's really hard work, but he's made some mistakes. But one of the great things about Aaron is he's willing to acknowledge and rectify his mistakes when he makes them. And he's also not presented a complete picture that you need to know. Some minor things. There's a lot I'm going to tell you, and I know it's going to be overwhelming, but hopefully Aaron can understand some of these things and will correct things in the future. First of all, he patched out a schematic to you today. And it includes an artifact that really needs to disappear and should not be in any COWRM correspondence or documents. Sort of in faint type, it talks about the government water versus the private water. There's no private water. Folks at the Water Commission staff should understand that. A and B for years insisted that a percentage of the water coming from East Maui was private water. That's not true. And you got to stop using that. So I would appreciate if Aaron could take that stuff out of the document. It has no place there. Secondly, Aaron mentioned the projections based on the 2022 implementation of the 2022 decision of this commission. And I want to point out that that order, this order is from 2022, has not been implemented yet. Okay, so those waters that are being diverted 100% are still diverted 100%. This commission ordered a number of stream modifications. None of those modifications have been made yet. So when he talks about how much water will be left after the 2022 implementation of the order, we're not there yet. And it is frustrating for those of us who are advocating for streams and for folks who actually live along those streams that are completely dry. Third thing is, Aaron pointed out that since approximately February of this year, there's been less than 12 million gallons a day of water flowing flowing through the EMI ditch that comes to Kamoli. That's not true. Okay, if you look at the data on the last page of the Sierra Club's testimony, it has the quantities of water that have been flowing from East Maui this year. It's only since August, mid-August or so, that water levels have gotten alarmingly low. But they haven't been, as Aaron mentioned, 12 million gallons a day, less than 12 million gallons a day for the whole year. That's just not true. They've been low, particularly very recently. Aaron, I think, also mentioned that all the water is coming through Wailoa Ditch. At the county water authority meeting, quarterly meeting, Mark Vaught mentioned recently that the flume for the Lowry Ditch was recently fixed. I think that was a month or two ago. It's unclear to us whether any water is being diverted through that ditch. It's information that's important, but Aaron seems to assume that that's not flowing, and we don't know that's true. I don't know if Aaron knows that's true either. I appreciate that Aaron modified his presentation to reflect the real demand for the Kula Ag Park, which is far less than what was in the presentation that's put on the website. But his presentation doesn't forgets that the Department of Fine Homelands is supposed to get a reservation, supposed to get some of this water. So really, one of the problems we face is Mahi Pono is planting too much of its land in agriculture. Its EIS estimated that it would plant about 20,000 acres. More recently, it said it's going to plant 26,000. It currently has about 12,000. That's the maximum of the land. There's not enough water for more than 12,000 acres. And unfortunately, the Board of Land and Natural Resources has been encouraging Mahi Pono to plant more, and that needs to stop. The other thing that needs to stop is Mahi Pono wastes a tremendous amount of water by dumping water that's unused in unlined reservoirs that are more than a century old, and the water in those reservoirs leaks. And that is a problem that needs to be fixed. Unfortunately, your Deputy Attorney General has been discouraging the Board of Land and Natural Resources from coming up with proposals or mitigation measures that would reduce this waste. It's really important that the Water Commission work together with the Board of Land and Natural Resources to ensure that our water resources are conserved and not wasted. The last item I want to mention is the takeaway that some of you are taking that should not be a takeaway, at least not yet. There's not enough data to suggest that H90, or 64% of base flow, produces as much habitat or native species as full restoration. First of all, we don't have enough data on that, but more importantly, the comparison in Aaron's charts is not necessarily accurate. And here's the problem. We have been told that some of those streams that are 64% base flow, or H90, EMI was not taking any water from. So instead of comparing an apple to an orange, you're comparing an apple to an apple. That these restorations, which on paper, the Water Commission designated as 64% base flow, EMI was not taking any water from certain years. So you can't derive the conclusion or I don't know if Aaron's actually making a conclusion or saying, well, it might sort of be out there. We're not there yet. I think there needs to be a much more rigorous examination of what the flow is in each stream, together with the species that are growing there, living there. And we don't have that yet. We need that, but we don't have it yet. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
David, can I ask you, what would you consider to be sufficient data to determine the biota?
To compare the two, first of all, I think you have to make sure you're using comparable streams. And I think the Water Commission set that up for, I think it was West Waialua Iki and East Waialua Iki is, that's my recollection. Those two were comparable, and therefore that would be a good comparison. I think the problem is, in many years, and I don't know about this year, I don't know about last year, but in 2021, in 2020, EMI was not taking any water from East Waialua Iki. So you can't, while those would be two good comparisons, if they're not taking any water from them, it's not. So that's why you need to make sure that when you're looking at the habitat of East Waialua Iki, you find out, and we don't have this, nobody has information, what months, and this is, we keep faulting the Borderland Natural Resources for this, but you folks too, like, well, what months is EMI taking water from the stream? We don't know. I don't think Aaron knows. And so if we don't know that, you can't make a good comparison. So anyway, A, you need to use comparable streams. B, you need to use, I would say, have at least 2 or 3 years worth of data. And you need to make sure the data are, at least we need to know when the observations are being made. Wet season, dry season, is that in different years? Are we comparing different seasons, different years? We don't have any idea. So there needs to be a lot more data. Aaron may know this, we don't know it, and we need to have that so we can make that evaluation.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Do I have? Let's see. C2. Oh, okay.
Ashley.
Did I go directly to Zoom and now?
Right to email, which is totally fine.
Okay. So why don't you come on up, Ashley?
Aloha, I'm Ashley Aubrey here for Namokua Punio Ko'olahui. And first did want to mahalo Aaron. I think I appreciate the work you did putting this together, and it was really informative for me. I'm still learning a lot of how to interpret this data, and I really appreciate the work you did, so thank you for that. Of course, I think there is some concern about, ultimately how this report could be used to justify taking more water out of the streams in an area that, we've all acknowledged has diminished stream flow. And just to offer a community perspective in talking to some Namoku members, I've heard comments about, East Maui experiencing the drought conditions. There's hillsides of bamboo dying, so you can see that visually, what that must look like. From August to October, we had folks go up Mauka and look, or not even always up Mauka, but just to see that Makapipi, Pi'ina'o, and Honolulu rivers completely dry. And as Aaron said, Makapipi, which is a full restoration stream, has been dry since January. Pi'ina'o, also full restoration. Feeds Kenai Peninsula, and we've seen that dry. And Honolulu, which is a partial restoration stream, is super important to Native Hawaiians and Namoku members for gathering and recreation and just the subsistence lifestyle that they're living out there. There's also been observation of low water in the Hiku stream, including Hanabi. And I will say that I've heard community is particularly concerned about that stream in particular. And so it's concerning hearing that might be up for a modification of the IIFS, noting that the recommendation is based on some old data, and that when we're talking about groundwater recharge or gains, I guess is the proper term for the streams as justification for the modifications. When we think about the trend that rainfall is decreasing, I mean, how much gain are we going to see in the future? We see this trend of low rainfall. So will the streams get this water back? It's unclear. And then regarding the abundance of opie that are above the ditch, I think being forced to hike above the ditch to gather isn't protection of Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices. And I don't think that's within the spirit of what Article 12, Section 7 intends. I think the stream is supposed to, I mean, you're supposed to be able to access streams and gather for your subsistence and traditional and customary practices. And so, yeah, the community has expressed concern about the amount of water in Hanavi and Kopili'ula, and those were among the ones that were discussed today for modification, and would actually like to see more water instead of less. So I will just share that there could likely be community pushback on that proposal in the future if that were to occur. And then yesterday's observations, some positive, some not so positive. There was rain, I guess. So the streams in Nahiku had some water. Palohulu had water. Honolulu had a little bit of water for now. Pi'ina'au is still dry. So just wanted to kind of share the perspectives of what I'm hearing from out there in the community. And so, yeah, this is a non-action item, but I think obviously still very important. As David said, that Mahipono has plans to expand its operations and continuing to plant despite this very real crisis and the limitations of the water source. And also noting that many of the modifications that the Water Commission ordered have still not been completed. And that is something that is within your kuleana, despite the fact that this is not a action item today. And yeah, so it's difficult to hear discussions about reducing or modifying the IIFS's downward, which is also within your kuleana. And despite the fact that the Water Commission has noted that there's universal agreement that more water in streams and connectivity is good for habitat, which in turn protects traditional and customary practices like those that are engaged in by the members of Namoku. And I understand that the RPs and ultimately the amount of water that Mahipono is allowed to take out of the stream falls within BLNR's kuleana, but that's something to think about, or all of this is something to think about as you folks consider your public trust duties to manage resources in this area and how you can affirmatively, proactively take steps to protect the resource. So that is all.
Thank you.
Question.
Yeah.
Do you have a list of the modifications that your organization is concerned have not been implemented?
I can probably get back to you folks. I know like within the quarterly, or not, they're not quarterly anymore, the monthly meetings, we have some information on that. I don't think we have everything in detail from EMI, but we'll yeah.
And I know part of the, because I think we get updates from at the landlord.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to throw my other division under the bus. But I do believe because these are historic, SHPD is supposed to give a review and concurrence before they can remove the modifications. So you know more? You
I
have
have
an
an
update?
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Please allow me to. Okay, so I'm sure this is not like a relief to anyone except me. We got the SHPD concurrence
okay.
finally.
Okay.
So we got it
Okay.
maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
We finally received concurrence on some
Okay.
of these
Yeah.
diversions that have been pending for a while, so we can now start the work
Okay.
we have our own process now that we need to go through where we finally issue the permits and finalize everything. And then we can start actually getting going on the modifications. And we do make it.
Permits, come on.
Okay, so that's a good thing. Okay, thank you for that update and the reminder.
I want to say, I think I heard you say that BLNR decides how much water goes off. As far back as 2000, I kept arguing with the Deputy Attorney General that those leases should not be controlling how much water they go. That was our kuleana. Because I was watching the circuit court judge starting to say what the interim flow standards were. And I said, wait a second. And I was so mad that I would go and testify. And the Deputy Attorney General at the time says, we can't do that. So what, maybe 10, 15 years later, then they finally decided we're the ones that control how much water goes on. So again, I will fight it to the death. We're the one that decide how much water goes. They decide the lease with EMA, or with Maripono, or whoever's taking off water now. I guess it would say Chile. But it is our Kuleana, not the board.
No, both of you do. The Supreme Court just said both of you do. There's a decision from the court in September. You're wrong. You're wrong. Both of you have the Kuleana. The board can restrict further than what you do.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that how much water comes off the streams is our Kuleana.
The board can limit it even more than you do. The board has the legal authority.
Yeah, so both of you are right. So the board, it is a condition. The board, they start off with, they have to be in compliance with the IAFS. That is and the board has no control over that. So whatever may be in excess, the board then can make an allocation. But the board does recognize and it ensures that the IAFS is met first before the Board of Land and Natural Resources takes any action on whether it's a revocable permit or some other water disposition, like through a license.
Kimo, the reason why there's this discussion is that East Maui is not a designated surface water management area. Yeah, we understand that.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is that how much water would be available to be taken off is our decision.
So
that's enough. That's enough.
Save it for the landlord. So actually, can I ask you, you mentioned specifically Hanafi, and you had identified several other streams that you said from the community's perspective that you wanted to make sure we're not. And again, no decision is being made today. I think Aaron's presentation was looking at a whole bunch of potential solutions, including, upgrades, reservoirs. It included IFS modifications, but I think this is just a presentation. But I was curious, you had identified, besides Hanafi, what were the other?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Honolulu is always kind of
Okay.
dry, so, but
Yes.
I don't think that was within the
Okay.
recommendation, but just
Okay.
throwing that out there as
Okay.
well. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, I have one
Oh,
more.
sorry. As you're speaking, there's where we measure for our interests and looking at above, what's happening above the diversion and below, but then there's where your people you represent, the community you represent, where their focal area is. And so if that kind of information, well, people don't share their fishing spots, but like if there's a little bit more specifics on, I keep thinking we are measuring different processes in different places at different frequencies. And that's just because of how the commission thinks about water. And then there's how the community thinks about water. And it's not that they're like at odds, we just haven't figured out how to make the connection. So if that's articulated somewhere, I think it makes it easier for us to then chew on it about how to tie them together, or if there's needs and capacity. We don't have capacity, but data sets that can be driven on the ground, that's useful.
Okay.
So just a suggestion on helping put the document where, what, when.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. No problem. Yeah, I think, this is, I don't want to say new, but the concerns were more recently raised. And I think in light of what's been going on Maui in general, so.
No, we are
Yeah.
extremely concerned
Yeah.
in the drought conditions. If East Maui feels it,
Right.
that means that everybody else is even worse. So it is concerning to us, and we need to look at all the tools, but also take into consideration communities' concerns as well. So I always appreciate you bringing those to our attention.
Mahalo, it's all kilo.
Correct. Yes.
So mahalo for the kilo
Yes.
from the community.
Yes, mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Jonathan, please.
Hello, Mike Huckle. Again, for the record, Jonathan Lukeke Scheuer, and I'm wearing sort of two overlapping hats. So, right, I represent the Department of Fine Homelands. And in my work with the Department of Fine Homelands, I serve as a representative of DHHL and appointee of the Hawaiian Homes Commission on the Ahawai o Maui Hikina, the East Maui Regional Community Board, a 2022 charter amendment to the Maui County Charter set up the East Maui Water Authority and its governing board with the specific purpose of trying to take over the East Maui irrigation system and operate it as a county non-potable water utility. I am DHHL's representative on the board, and there's, in addition to the specific DHHL slot, there's 10 other members, one person with expertise in watershed management, one person who represents the delivery area of the system, and then 2 representatives who are engaged in fishing or farming in each of the 4 former license areas. So basically 8 mahiai kalo from East Maui. And that forms our 11 person board, and for 2 years now, the board has seen fit to elect me as their chair. So I bring these up as context, first to raise one of the things I want that was not discussed today, other than maybe touched on briefly, is that there is a pending, I think David Kimo-Franco brought in his testimony, the 2018 decision by this commission that addressed restoration of some streams did not consider DHHL's needs at all. And we have 6,000 acres at Keokea Waiahuli, which could be served by these East Maui irrigation system, and we have a few hundred acres at Pulu'i-Hunui, which was historically irrigated both with East Maui water and the Waiaha water. We filed a reservation request with your commission in December of 2020, which has not been fully acted on. The last discussions we had were it was pending Aaron's further research. It's really important that this happens soon for a couple of reasons. To the degree, though I don't think it's advisable, that the Board of Land Natural Resources is considering moving forward towards a long-term lease. The plain language of that statute says you're supposed to have a reservation in place for DHHL before issuing a long-term lease. But in addition, it's really important to understand that, so DHHL, one of the 5 public trust uses of water, but an off-stream public trust use. Our use should not be seen as coming out of reducing stream flows further, but really should be, okay, we've determined that there might be this much available off stream, DHHL's uses come off of that. So unfortunately, what has happened before and might be suggested by Aaron's otherwise excellent presentation today is that accommodating DHHL's uses will only happen if you further take water from East Maui. And I don't think that's the process that's supposed to be followed under the law. The main point I want to make, and I think this has been said to a certain degree by the previous 2 testifiers, Kimo-Franco and Ashley Obrey, is that the first part of his well-researched presentation on drought levels is excellent. The second part on somehow suggesting that there might be additional withdrawals possible, even though he's been mandated to look at the impacts of biology on stream restoration, the timing is bad. And I want to point out something that maybe is a little bit subtle. So we have folks in Waialua and Keanai who have fully restored streams, and to the degree that they have stream flow, a lot of them are saying, and these are folks on my board, right? It's warm, it's really low, they've never seen this low. We have other folks on our board in Huelo who have no water in their streams. And at the same time, you can see water in the ditch going to Central Maui. So on a stream by stream basis, yes, things have been restored. But I just want to highlight from the community perspective, you're seeing your community suffer. You're still seeing water exported. And now you're hearing, oh, and Seaworm is thinking about taking even more.
I want to be really clear. There's no action Seaworm isn't
I
proposing,
understand
but-
this is not an action.
Yeah, so I
but
don't want that
believe-
narrative to go out that Seaworm is proposing to do something, okay?
So I believe I'm tracking the conversation, including the questions from you. It is great that you're re-emphasizing that that's not what this is about. It's a particularly problematic though in a time of deep drought, and also that in your role as chair of BLNR, you've announced that you're planning to try and bring forward a contested case to move forward with a 30-year license next month in front of BLNR. So the discussion, which I do think it's kind of when Dr. Strauch is talking about here's ways in which you might be able to take more water out of these streams. It's inescapable for some people to look at that in the context of what you're proposing in front of BLNR. That, oh, these things are related to each other. And you're the chair of both bodies. So, I mean, to me, the way to deal with this is just my testimony, would be not at this time to move forward with a long-term license and a contested case on it, but rather actually let the community-driven and Maui County-driven processes go forward at this time. I have a couple more points to make. One is a methodological just highlight of two things. Just to highlight, so we have, and again, Aaron's excellent work, great continuous flow record from our measurements, but we're taking biological snapshots. So we're not necessarily seeing population dynamics over time of what's in these streams. We're seeing, you know, point time measurements of how many opu, how many opai, how many hivi, how many hole. So you're not sort of getting the same actual population dynamics that might be appearing in here, including gathering pressure. Did you come and count right after there was gathering done? So you're seeing these different things. But I also want to report or highlight, and this is, you know, a different silo within DLNR. DAR has been looking at the effects of stream flow on ocean life and have seen really significant correlations between healthy corals and restored streams. So in any discussion about is H90 right or full restoration right, I think this commission probably should also be thinking about not just what's in the stream, but also in the nearshore environment, which is part of the purpose of restoration. Final thing that I'm going to say is that, you know, there was one slide in Aaron's surface water, not groundwater, but showing that Mahipono or whoever is pumping from, this is it's entitled Mahipono groundwater usage, pumping up to 13 MGD out of the Kahului aquifer with a sustainable yield of 1, and up to 25 million gallons a day from the Paia aquifer with a sustainable yield of 7. Now, I really appreciate Kira saying, listen, we're looking at the aquifer boundaries and we're trying to track salinity, but this is the point at which, like, I'm a little surprised that at least one of the commissioners is not jumping up and saying, wait, like, we manage groundwater by sustainable yield, and we have a chart in front of us that says we're like, in the case, right, 10 times over sustainable yield. And that has actually been the case for a long time for Kahului. It's more recent than Paia. I think that, I don't know why there's not more alarm, and I think while the information that Kira shared was useful, it's really, this commission should ask for an update as soon as possible on groundwater situation in central Maui when you have that stuff in the record. And it's particularly, having been for a couple plus decades now, been under many designation discussions where this commission or the staff have said, like, well, no, we never designate under 90%. We're not supposed to designate under 90%. Here you have evidence in front of you, like you're at like the hundreds of percent over sustainable yield. Like, you need to like pay some attention to it. So just to summarize my main things, I'm hoping to find out when you're going to take up DHHL reservations. I'm hoping that really, and this is talked about a little bit by Dr. Miike and some of the colloquy with Larry, right? The Water Commission, in setting in-stream flow standards, needs to look at upstream uses as well. While your main thing is to look at how much water needs to be in the stream, your own rules, your own statute, and your own process that Aaron's employed looks at off-stream uses. This presentation just looked at really in-stream issues. You really need to have, not just in a research, but in the public, a look at all of these existing and proposed off-stream uses, DHHL, but the county, and Mahipono, to actually give you guys a really meaningful background on how you might manage and possibly affirm or reset and stream flow standards. I do think it's unadvisable to move forward with long-term lease, and then I hope you do ask for an update, including from Mahi Pono on groundwater withdrawals. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, appreciate that. I will, a point of clarification, I believe the action that may be coming before the, BLNR is not only a potential long-term lease, but also a negotiated agreement with the county of Maui.
So I do understand that, and I do now realize we're referring to a potential agenda item not before us as well.
That's right. But you
Perhaps
raised
it would
it,
be
so-
really good to sit down and discuss that, because I actually can't even understand how you could hold a contested case on one of two possible proposed actions on the same.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there
Any
any,
other-
nope,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Anybody else in the room that wants to make it? Is there anybody else on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
You have Mary Ann.
Oh, Mary Ann Pahukoa. Pahukoa. Mary Ann, go ahead, unmute yourself.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you to Ashley and Kimo and Jonathan for aloha. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you guys for representing our community so well. My name is Mary Ann Pahukoa, and I'm streaming from Ke'anai Valley in the Ko'olamoku. And I just wanted to, I understand this is a non-action item, but listening to today, I just wanted to share my mana'o as our ohana, our generational kalo farmers. And this is a very scary time for everybody. I do hope that you can understand our concerns and mana'o that Ashley and Kimo and Jonathan have shared with you. I'm not going to repeat, but I think this board should consider creating some solutions to mandate real-time flow monitoring. There's a lot of conflict going on with EMI collecting their own data and presenting it to our community. We can go on and on about this, but nonetheless, the facts are the misuse of water going on by Mahi Pono, a corporate company, a foreign corporate fake farming company, continues to threaten our way of life. East Maui provides more ulu, kalo, sweet potato, and other various crops than Mahi Pono could ever. So when we talk about protecting the public trust, when we talk about providing food security to our islands and to our communities, Mahi Pono does not do this. The East Maui farmers and generational kalo farmers have done this without prioritizing profit. So there's a big difference. We have a lot of working groups going on. We have a meeting tonight to prioritize certain water projects. But nonetheless, I hope that in the meetings to come, this board can continue to hold them accountable for their data. Thank you, Aaron, for the presentation, but there isn't enough data to make certain claims that he was making regarding restoration streams. Specifically, I'd just like to put on the record, Honolulu stream has yet to be put on the restoration list. I'm not sure why. After countless testimonies, this board continues to disacknowledge for some reason the kalo farming going on down there. That should be a restoration stream, a fully restored stream, that valley, because of the taro farming going on, while also contributing to the estuary. That is our main estuary. We had a bit of a community conflict because one community group wanted to shut down Honolulu Bay. Honolulu Bay provides subsistence food for countless families. Because of the diversion, this has impacted the shoreline habitat. Now, DAR has acknowledged that the diversion directly impacts the shoreline reproduction, including stream species. So I need this board to continue understanding this system to its entirety and learn this system, understand the mechanisms that goes on, because you need to come prepared to these meetings so we're not talking about the same things over and over. I'm gonna wrap it up and just say that, you know, the lack of trust in our community is stronger than ever. We have full faith in our community working groups that is, you know, county-based, the Water Authority, working with our lawyers. But I really need this, you know, CWRM to take this serious, because it's not affecting just the taro farmers, but, you know, we're getting affected throughout Maui County, and all departments are running scarce. I cannot say that the solution is to continue diverting more for the Kamaole ware. I cannot say that that is a true solution, but I'll wrap it up for now, and I'll see you at your next meeting. Mahalo for your guys' time. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Do we have anybody else on Zoom?
No other Zoom.
Okay. I am going to close.
Sorry, I don't think I have some.
Sure.
Thoughts
Oh,
and comments and questions.
To any of the commenters?
No. just-
Okay, so I'm going to close public comments, but go ahead, you can have discussion.
I guess. It occurs kind of listening to testimony and also thinking about these current times. You know, I am not super familiar to the geography, or I would say even nearly partially familiar to the geography and setting, but I'm thinking about the broader context of SNAP expiring, the importance of subsistence, not just to these communities, and I don't know if they benefit from that, but like to communities in general. But yeah, the optics of kind of what was where this conversation was going is bad. And so I know we didn't talk about uses, but I think Kira considered like a fuller, people requested, and I think there's been discussion of a fuller accounting of this system and landscape is in order. I do have a question, maybe to Kira and Aaron, is like, how do we contextualize the results shared with like Maui Island, what up and information provided there? Or is it outdated already? Is it?
I wouldn't say it's outdated. If you're talking about the information considered in this report and how it might be informed by the water use and development plan, we didn't do a deep dive into the water use and development plan when preparing this report. And as it may impact, as the county's plans for development of alternative sources may impact what's being proposed here.
One also, yeah, I had forgotten the DHHL reservation issue, which was preceded your time. But, you know, we're not looking at the full picture, and that's, I think that's what is being asked of us, is to consider the full picture. And so, you know, when we're thinking about IFS, you know, and we're thinking about county water, just because that's who's in the room right now, you know, how do we consider all of our public trust at the same time? I think it is also challenging because our chair holds this sort of dual position. And I think I've become increasingly aware of PSP investments, global activities with water and sort of buying water rights in Australia as well. So there's understandable anxiety here locally about who our different users, upstream users, are accountable to, and how the commission navigates who we are accountable to, which is, you know, the public, right? And I don't know if I'm rambling, but I think what would be helpful is when this comes before us again, to have that accounting, have the maps, and have those different availabilities and stakeholders part of that picture. I was also concerned about the groundwater pumping being in great excess of what was designated as sustainable yield. So again, like having having that information together in context would be very valuable. Yeah.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
I just wanna, I guess perhaps remind the commission that when we talk about the public trust, way back in the Waihoe case, we said that it was categorically an imperative to protect the resource. And the Supreme Court said no. They said that there are no absolute priorities of the public trust, even among themselves. And the way that we had to look at that, there was a presumption for public trust purposes, including the HHL, about 5 things. And that off-stream users had to overcome that presumption. Unfortunately, they have never told us anything more than that. And every time we try, they say we're wrong. But it still remains that when we the presentation was about in-stream users, but that's just one of 5 things that we gotta consider. So we're not dealing with that solely. We have to consider all, including public water systems.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the problem that we have to face. Whenever we make a decision, we're gonna consider all of those at once.
Yeah.
That's okay. Aurora, if I can ask you your comment about how do we consider public trust when the chair is also the chair of BLNR? We have the same public trust duties as whether I sit on the Board of Land and Natural Resources has the same public trust duties as the Water Commission. So I'm not, so
I think it's more, and I'll be honest, I don't track BLNR very closely, but the optics of it, right, is that the issuance of revocable permits, as well as kind of being on the commission side, I'm thinking about what is allowable use. I'm not saying that, I guess there's concern and worry, right? That you are on 2 sides of the issue. I'm talking about the optics. I don't, again.
I know, but I just feel like we're feeding the narrative if there's the optics, because I mean, the land board takes very seriously our public trust duties. I mean, it is a hard balancing act. The statute permits, and maybe that is another issue about 17158, which permits the board to issue revocable permits and or some land disposition, but.
Well, I guess as sort of being tied to the off-stream use while also being tied to stewardship of the resource. So I think what would be helpful is to see like a workflow of how that is considered maybe on both sides.
Well, the land board, we give the land board as a condition, you have to satisfy the IAFS. The land board cannot give more than one. If there's not enough water, the land board can't give out. It's only if there's excess. So for example, in East Maui, I mean, so we see the Water Commission's determination of IIFS, which takes into consideration, biota, the cultural, traditional, customary practices, as that is a priority. And then after that, then the land board looks at if there is available water, then what would be the allocation? But if there's not enough for the IAFS, those allocations do not get to take. So that is always a priority before the land board. And we do have some additional guidance. Larry, the court has come down and told us there's a presumption of public use over commercial. So at least that's the one instruction that they have given us. So as the land board, and even as we look at, to a certain extent, that is a priority. So even if it's, if it is a disposition that is for a commercial use, even if it's that, we have to do a public trust analysis to ensure that we have exhausted all of the alternatives. And if there is a higher priority, then
what I'm saying is that the direction from the Supreme Court is that there's a presumption for both public trust purposes and commercial users have to come forth with reason to overcome that
Right,
presumption.
right.
Except that we have no idea what they mean by that.
With the
And I,
five, yeah.
and I think as far as the commercial users, they don't know what their burden will be until we actually start to deal with these. So we're left with these general directions, but we're still, from my point of view, don't have a clue about how to do it. Every time we try,
Yeah,
we're overturned.
until the next lawsuit gets filed. You're right.
So I guess I have a question, and please excuse me, my lack of legal experience, but if the land board must consider the IFS, how does it wrestle with the issue of, say, a DHHL?
That's a reservation that we.
Yeah.
So for example, for the land board, there are certain, so it takes into consider IFS first, DHHL reservation. And then if there's any water after that, then it may consider allocation of those waters. And priority goes to Department of Water Supply to ensure that there's available water for.
So this starts sounding a lot like what in designated areas is the role of the commission. I guess it just sounds like, well, do they have that background, and like that's kind of what we do in designated areas. And sorry, there's a can of worms that, I'm sure people are ringing alarm bells, but it sort of sounds a lot like.
That's what you, because so you're right, it is, and we have had to follow, so we do give deference. And we have, especially a lot of the best management practices instituted by the Water Commission does get adopted by the land board. Because the land,
Do they have experience in water?
so we will give deference to IAFS. That's, we do not attempt to dispute what CWRM comes up with. We accept that as.
Can I interrupt and see what Pablo and Miranda's thinking about? We're talking about the study here, and then we're wondering all over.
No, you're right,
Thank you, Commissioner Meeke.
Yeah.
I just wanted to temper expectations. We are in charge of monitoring at the moment 120 locations statewide with a team of 4. We conduct biological surveys and many, but not all, at 1 or more elevations, which takes 1 or more days each. We are out of time to add fieldwork. And we are lucky enough that we had extra funds this year to purchase helicopter time to get to these locations. These streams are not easily accessible other than near the highway or via a helicopter. We're not going to go in monthly. We don't have time or resources to do that. We're not going to go in every 6 months. If we get into a single location every year, that's a win. So that's just the reality of the situation. We're never going to understand the monthly dynamics of populations.
I'll keep asking for more funding as long as I'm here.
Well, we have to make a decision based upon the best available data. So at some point in time, we would always want more, but doing nothing can be even worse than doing, so, again, this is not an action item. This has been extremely, really important discussions. It's hard discussions, I understand. But I think we've had the opportunity to vet a lot of issues, whether they're DHHL, whether they're communities, whether we need more data, whether the accuracy. Nothing, all of this is critical. So, I've appreciated everybody's contributions to the discussion. But I also, I really do, I want everybody to know how difficult this is. This isn't easy for whether you sit as the Water Commission, whether you sit as the Board of Water Supply, whether you sit as the Board of Land and Natural Resources. We are all balancing tremendous competing interests, guided by some legal uncertainties, but we're all trying to do the best that we can. And all of you bring different levels of expertise and experience to the commission. So, not an easy job. Okay, yes.
Just with regard to the question or comment from the community and Aurora's question and comments about getting a full view, looking at things more holistically. I think that the He'eia field trip will give us an opportunity to see a well-articulated watershed and go through the different levels of it. So I look forward to that. And to the extent that we can apply the sensibility that we gain from going out to Nana, Aina to look at the land to our work. I look forward to that opportunity.
You come with such kupuna wisdom, driving us back. I mahalo you for that. Okay, do we have any commissioners, anything else you want to add to C2? I do appreciate, Aaron, all of the good work of you and your team. It is well appreciated by all of us who are sitting on this side of the field. Please understand that. Okay. And I think from everybody has expressed their mahalo to Aaron and the work that they've done. So thank you very much. Sometimes it's that acknowledgement that gets you to come to work the next day and do a little bit more.
Oh, look, he's leaving.
Yeah, he's okay, he doesn't want to pay the $32 parking ticket. I totally get it. Okay, so we have one last agenda item, C3. Okay, so yes.
Yes.
Can we just take a 5-minute restroom break?
I don't think, well, I'm not gonna talk for a very long time.
Okay, okay. I think we do have public comments on this.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
The mics were off.
They're not off, but.
No, the mics were off.
No, okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to go through my entire spiel again.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. I don't have to. All right. I do have to? You don't. I don't.
Just quickly
Okay.
summarize.
All right, to quickly summarize, this briefing that I've put together has the 3 expert group reports for our 3 expert groups on the Keoho Adaptive Management Plan. It does not include traditional and customary practitioners or KELO, though we did have the participation of certain practitioners from the Kona area, including our own Commissioner Springer, who attended many of the meetings of the various groups, including in particular the Indicator Species and Ecology Group, and whose insights I believe were very useful to that group and in the preparation of the ultimate summary report. Those reports, as I was saying, are the best place to go for the key findings and takeaways from each of these groups, as I personally am not, I will say competent. I'm not a PhD, so so I would strongly recommend that you look at the expert group reports themselves. But there were some interesting insights, at least that I took away from trying to compare the 3 groups reports to each other. In particular, there are some synergies between these expert groups that I found really interesting, like that Limu and Opai can be used as a much easier, cost-effective way of monitoring stable nitrogen isotopes, which that's news to me. It's interesting. And because those species are particularly significant as well for cultural practices, you know, we can start to tease out some of the places where certain indicators rise to the top, not just for individual areas of expertise, but are really important across the board. And those are probably going to be some of the places that we concentrate as we stand up our baseline monitoring. Next steps will include, like I said, identifying areas of overlap and integration between these 3 reports, as well as existing sources like the 2018 symposium to establish a unified framework for the first generation adaptive management plan. Planning is underway right now to convene these 3 expert groups, or as many of their members as we can get, given constraints, including the federal shutdown, which has come at a pretty bad time to get the participation of folks like USGS or the National Park Service. So that's unfortunate. And, you know, we're all hoping for that shutdown will end soon, but of course, relief seems uncertain, to say the least. So as I was saying, this is tentatively being planned for November 2025. We are working with DLNR Ahamoku to pull together the traditional and customary practitioners, many of whom attended our July 21st meeting in Kona. And so some familiar faces who will be asking to attend. The session is designed to review these summaries and recommendations and the expert group reports in an open format so that community folks and Kilo can comment on and learn from these reports, can add things to the reports that I'm sure they'll want to further qualify or add additional information. In particular, the ecology group expressed a desire to hear from some of these people who are on the ground working in this place and to incorporate more of that place-based knowledge. So that is the goal for this upcoming, I'll call it a meeting in Kona in November. And the outcome of that meeting is hoped to be a concise list of scientific and biocultural indicators that will guide our baseline monitoring plan and one day inform future withdrawal requests, so well pump requests within Keoho. As far as decision points and project direction, I apologize, I don't have a more detailed accounting for you right now, but essentially, we've been operating off of a federal grant funding for this project. And that funding, because we encumbered it early on, is actually secure and in place. So we can continue to rely on that funding to close out our contract with Guild Consulting. We currently have $200,000 a year annual operating funds appropriated specifically for operational costs related to a Keoho monitoring pilot program, and $4 million in capital improvement or CIP funds for deep monitor wells in the Keoho aquifer as sort of a complement to this plan. The contract between Guild and the Commission for facilitation and other support on this project concludes on November 30th, 2025. And so we're coming up to a decision on how we're going to continue this work through the rest of 2025 and into 2026. Continued staff capacity is incredibly critical to sustain this adaptive management plan, particularly as we've lost one of the largest contributors to the planning effort, which was Neil.
Yeah.
So, you know, his retirement, we wish him the best, of course, but has come at a rather an awkward time for the adaptive management plan. So for our $200,000 operating funds, we propose using those to continue work on the AMP, development of an additional monitoring plan. And my preferred approach is to recruit a dedicated project lead who would be CWIRM staff to guide the preparation and the implementation of the plan. Only if those recruitment efforts are not successful, like we have trouble establishing the position or we have trouble finding a qualified candidate, then the alternative approach I would propose would be to contract for completion of the plan, including the monitoring aspects of the plan, with existing commission staff providing oversight and direction to the consultant. But I'm really hoping to get someone who can continue to see this effort through off into the future and will treat it like their own baby and steward it into the future. So ongoing costs associated with data collection, analysis, and other operations will be supported from the remaining balance of that appropriation. At least that's what I'm suggesting. In the longer term, I anticipate that operational needs, depending on the monitoring plan that we design, are going to exceed what's available in terms of funding. And my first suggestion would be to go to the folks who are using water within KLHO and ask them to support the costs for the monitoring component of the plan. So sounds like there's agreement from this commission that that is the right way to go. Okay, excellent. Only then would I seek additional appropriations from the legislature. And if additional appropriations were available, I would target those to places where we can add staff capacity and basically add to the framework rather than putting more meat on the bones necessarily. So the 4 million in CIP funds, we actually discussed with our hydrology group how they would recommend spending that, and we got some interesting ideas from them. It's too early to say right now because part of what determines where we put a deep monitor well is not only funding, not only what staff designs as, you know, the best approach, but also things like site access, land ownership, locations of other pumping wells and pumping centers. So it remains to be determined how we're going to spend that money exactly, but we will be making that determination based in part on the recommendations of the expert groups, which are summarized in the attached reports. With that, I've already talked for longer than I was planning to. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I will yield the balance of my time.
Anna, do you have anything to add?
No, just, I would say in the expert groups that I sat in on, there was, as Karen has already described, was a tremendous amount of interest in where the Kanaka are.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, rather than having a separate traditional customary practice group, why don't we integrate the cultural practitioners within every group? Because, I mean, I think what we're finding is that, you know, your comment about, you know, this finding the health of the Limu being, I mean, some of that is my recollection of also what I heard from Loki, talking about she's seen in the alkaline ponds, the Limu's healthy, there's a healthy flow. But have you thought about, rather than, because sometimes what I find is we treat indigenous knowledge sort of in isolation rather than as an integration with all of these subject matter. I mean, I think you don't have to have a PhD, right? You can have indigenous knowledge is probably even a higher. I mean, I remember Auntie, saying that her degree is a pedigree, but she was a native speaker who probably was much smarter than everybody else in the room. But the thought of, again, thinking of integrating these traditional customary practitioners within every one of these
Mhm.
groups, or creating a space for them to participate
Mhm.
in the three groups rather than creating a fourth group?
Yeah.
Because I know some, I mean, I think it's just, you know, like your seating arrangement at a family gathering. Some people do not mix well. And I'll just say, I think Kira, you sort of, we had discussed an earlier point on the approach and the difficulty of sometimes connecting with folks who are tired of showing up to meetings and being unheard. So I think the adjustment was, well, let's show we've done our homework. And then let people comment on that homework, because if we've got it wrong, they will tell us. And then it's sort of there on the table. Is that, I mean, so I agree with you. You don't need a PhD. I mean, I wish I didn't have to, but yeah, I mean, there are people who are so many generations of knowledge. And so I think it's like putting ourselves out there for them. That comment, right, is the strategy. And
But to me, it's also hearing them during the planning stage, that
Well,
as we're, that they're integrating is, I mean, I bet you, I would suspect that they could provide, so as the questions come up from these scientists, I suspect some of this indigenous knowledge, they've already thought about it, they've already, you know, this is.
I'll just be a real blunt, like Don Thomas doesn't have a fan club. So trying to get people in meetings, also with people with PhDs, creates a power differential where there are people who will not speak.
You need a good facilitator.
Yeah, and that's a lot of experience and all, but holding that space is difficult. So I think you tried, correct, to bring people
Attempts were made.
in,
Yes.
and maybe this is just a. yeah.
Yes, so that, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. The hope was that by showing what we've done, showing the work and creating a space for people to comment on that work, that we would be able to draw out. And also we're minimizing the amount of people's time that we're asking for, or we're trying to minimize the amount of time that we're asking for. And I understand there are definitely benefits to including people along the process. At the same time, you know, we are at the point where we've concluded the discussions among the expert groups, and we got the participation that we got. So the thinking was then, how do we increase the amount of participation? Okay, try to have it one day, try to have it in a neutral space in the community, try to have it in Kona, and try to have our work ready, try to have the reports ready, and have specific items to discuss and for people to comment on. And I'm sure we will get a lot of the testimony that some of our expert groups articulated that they were missing. And my hope is that this will allow us to incorporate that within our framework and within our list of indicators and our general monitoring plan before we proceed.
I think that you had a good turnout with the first meeting that Homoku helped to facilitate.
Mhm.
And following that pattern, I would hope that it's similarly the same. In conversations with some folks, I've suggested that if they are staying away as a statement, that they should make that statement clear, that we choose not to participate, and whether or not they can further explain why they're not choosing to, but leaving us in wondering where they are. I would hope that they would make a clear statement in or out.
Anna, we should have had you here a long time ago. That was a very practical subject.
Well, I'm also like, you know what? No grumble if you're not gonna participate. I mean, so, but I also think it does take a trained, someone who can manage and ensure that there's a safe space for good conversation. And it does take a trained, someone with some level of expertise to create that environment. But I'm also, I'm disappointed that, yeah, I'm just disappointed. You know, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, oh, well, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
no, that's
No,
okay.
no, no, please, I'm sorry.
Some of the folks that I do know that would be excellent participants are excellent participants because of their willingness to engage, and one more meeting is just not feasible in their calendars, so that's also feedback.
Yeah. I understand that.
Yeah, but.
Okay, but I think we might have comments from people in the audience. Thank you very much. Ashley? Somebody.
You're in for this.
I lost John Kempo. Well, commissioners, on this item, I'm testifying as an individual, Jonathan Lee K. Schreier. There's so much I could say, but I want to just highlight two related points for you. I want to talk about the deep confined aquifer and then tie it into this last point that was discussed by you about participation. So you may or you may not know, because it's only been briefly touched on in the staff's presentations, as one of the conditions of denial of the National Park Service's petition for designation of the Keola Aquifer, the commission itself used state funds to dig a deep monitoring well through the basal lands to try and actually, it was really an exploratory well to determine whether or not the deep confined layer existed above the national park on Hinolani Drive. They did so, and it's been barely discussed in public, but as had happened before in the deep confined aquifer, both the level of water pressure and the quality of the drillers or drilling rig, it has not been sealed. It has been underground gushing water for years. This does not increase faith that you can develop this reliably as a potential municipal source, which is exactly what the county is seeking to do and exactly what Liliokalani Trust is seeking to do, and who are seeking to do so absent of designation with only a permitting process and perhaps some conditions from an A&P placed. Now, theoretically, the Water Commission, and I'm sure Kira can share more about this, is working on finally having the funds and repairing this. But I want to note for you, if you don't know what the Water Resources Bulletin is, if presumably the legal notification that's put out to the public of well construction permits, there was no mention of the Koloko Deep Monitor well in the July bulletin for this year or August bulletin, because there were no bulletins in those months. Just no explanation. There were no bulletins issued by this commission for those 2 months. In June, there was no mention of that well. But however, in September and October, there were two entries identical that said, oh, a permit was applied for by the Water Commission itself to do something for the deep monitoring well. It's listed as an observation well. The application was filed on July 3rd. Then there's this category that says a 90-day deadline, which I've always interpreted to mean, so if you're a concerned member of the public, you have 90 days on which to track this and submit a comment that will then be considered by the commission. And then there's another column that says, well, when was the permit issued? So the permit was applied for by the Water Commission to itself on July 3rd. That gave an October 1st deadline for commenting on it, but the permit was issued on August 28th. Now, the September bulletin was only posted on September 12th. So the entire process happened without any notice whatsoever. And so I think, you know, Don, through our long relationship, I have respect for you, but I do want to comment on your last comment. If you don't participate, don't grumble. There's very logical reasons in the 20-year painful history, which I've recounted, of Keauhou water management and this commission's behavior, that people may not want to participate because the fundamental questions which have come up at your July meeting of what exactly is this plan? Is it enforceable whatsoever? And how is it working together with your known duties, your legal obligations, the testimony of Kamahana on the record that there already is harm? How is this working? And there's many reasons to believe that participating in this kind of thing is not going to work to protect their resources. And I think if somebody is, I don't know that anybody's making that decision, but if they're not making that decision and they're seeing that there's these pressures to develop a deep confined aquifer and you can't even comment on a permit on it, I think if you don't participate, you have every right to grumble. To
Well,
be
you have
like,
to be given
we are
notice.
very
You have to be given
concerned
notice. Fair enough.
with not just that process, but this entire AMP process.
Okay.
Because the fundamentals of it, which has been discussed openly by you guys of like, how does this work in with designation? Why aren't we just doing that? How are you enforcing this? How is this fulfilling our duties? Still remain unanswered. So it's not that there's not interesting comments being made. It's not that it's good, not good to think about these things, but how the AMP is somehow a substitute for actually moving forward to effective management remains unanswered. And the further actions of the commission, as highlighted in this one example, do nothing to encourage faith that, oh, things are good and we should wholeheartedly participate in this process.
Certain, and my comment, I apologize, was really based upon given notice. So if you're given notice to participate and you choose not to participate, but if you're not given notice to participate, it's very difficult to participate. So I appreciate your comment.
And I guess what I'm saying, if you're given notice to participate in the AMP, but you're aware of this long history of what could be reasonably interpreted as bad faith actions by this commission and the staff, then I think that it's understandable, and I don't think you should foreclose the ability to bring up valid concerns or grumble about the process without participating actively in the
I
process.
always take when you grumble because you get notice and you participate. So I always appreciate when that you participate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Designate.
Well,
When again, did you say that colloquial demonitoring law was approved? Because I'm not.
August 28th, apparently. So there was an earlier version of this in the bulletin many years ago when it was first drilled. So I don't actually even know what this permit is for, but I'm assuming it's going in to correct whatever went wrong. And regarding whether or not designation is appropriate this time, what I got from the clear statement of direction from Chair Chang to the staff a couple meetings ago was, please give us an update on where things are at related to that. And that has not happened.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ashley?
Ashley Aubrey for Huyola Kawai this time. Mahalo. One of the things I wanted to focus on was the cultural expertise and the absence of it as like a hui, but you folks talked a lot about it and I appreciated that conversation. I'm happy that Commissioner Springer was a part of the conversation with, those other hui, but, was concerned about the fact, I think maybe you were trying to discuss this, that the importance of having that EK available in the room when things are being discussed just for, reaching a conclusion together, that I think that that's really important. And some of the reports probably could have benefited from that knowledge already. Also understanding that, yes, it's not always easy to put people in a room. So it's complicated and I get it, but I'm also, it would be nice to see that. Also not knowing once we have this meeting in November, which I don't know the date exactly yet, right? But how the comments will be incorporated and if they will be, or will, if there's conflicting comments between practitioners and the scientists or other experts, how do we resolve that if not in the same room to discuss and get through that? So those are some of my thought processes. Yeah, and I think so in talking to our clients, so Loke couldn't make it today, but some of the concerns about the indicator species and the fact that only 3 were chosen, why only 3? How do we select them? That would have benefited perhaps from practitioner folks. Loki specifically brought up the Limu Palahalaha and saying how that's already been significantly impacted and reduced. So using that as a species for monitoring, how, what is the baseline? How do we move forward with that? So just kind of questions in their mind. Let's see. And I think, so that's just an example of why Ike Hawaii and Kilo from the community is important, as well as what Loke has brought up a number of times in terms of existing impacts. And I think Dr. Scheuer brought up community testimony about the impacts that they've seen over time. And is there going to be a full, baseline summary of what these impacts are existing so that we're moving forward with a monitoring plan that really understands where we're at. And I think that's been our testimony over and over through the course of this process. My notes are all over the place, so I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. And I think really just moving forward to figuring out how this becomes enforceable in this non-designated area. What is the purpose of a plan if it's just kind of maybe optional potentially, if we can't really make anybody do what the plan says, as much as the plan might be robust and whatever. And again, what is the status of the process towards designation? And I think Commissioner Miike said designate, and I think I'm on team designate as well, but just wanted to kind of share those thoughts. And Kimberly Crawford is part of the Hui and she's online, so she, I know, has additional manao.
Great.
Yes,
Please,
no,
yeah.
please, go ahead.
That notion of only 3 indicator species, that was a comment that I heard in community several weeks ago.
Okay.
I think that the facilitator asked each of the participants in the room at that time to name their 3
Got it.
species. And from that, there's a longer list.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it wasn't, there was no limitation. It was just each of us in the room was asked to present. And so I presented the snails because that was a body form that was not yet represented. So, damselflies and opie and some fish and some lemur were, but the snails were not. So just trying to think of, in terms of body forms, who was represented. So I think that the conversation was maybe more robust than it seems to be indicated.
Okay. No, mahalo, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Kimberly? Thank you for your patience.
No worries. Aloha Chair and Commission. My name is Kimberly Crawford, and I am testifying today on behalf of Hui Ola Kawai. I'm testifying on non-action item C3. I just want to reiterate some of what Jonathan said about the Commission's bulletin. For the past 2 months, we've seen that the Koloko Deep Monitoring Well is on there. And I am just curious what is going on. Are we going to do a new well to construct? Is this in regards to capping this well? And I made a formal request for the permit information and have yet to hear back from everybody, even after calling and trying to follow up on that matter. I also want to bring to light that since that well is uncapped, we are seeing impacts from it at the local and at the park. Our fresh water entering the local has doubled. It has basically doubled. And we are seeing an increase in fish recruits. We are seeing an increase in health, which proves that an increase in groundwater to these areas will amplify the health of our resources. But it is also very concerning what is going to happen when that deep confined well or the monitoring well is capped and our fresh water decreases by half. Will we see all of these new recruits die off? Will we see all of this new growth die back? That is super concerning for me. And what are the impacts on the deep confined aquifer as that well is uncapped and spewing X amount of gallons per minute? We have no idea really what the capacity of that is at right now. Back to C3, I'm still not clear on how the AMP will be enforced or regulated. Without pairing the AMP with designation, which would be the mechanism to regulate, it still remains unknown on how any of this is going to be regulated moving forward if we're seeing impacts. We've already discussed that without designation, we cannot ask water users to withdraw less water. So if we aren't pairing these two together, I really kind of think of the AMP as, in a way, useless, besides gathering data. Otherwise, we get back to the matter of attaching conditions to individual wells, which we know is kind of up in the air whether that's legal or not. I also saw the Department of Water Supplies comment this morning, and I want to highlight that although they mentioned the 12-month moving average is 40% less than what the sustainable, or is 40% of the sustainable yield. They have yet to mention what their reservations are or what their allocations are. And so we know DHHL has reservations that are of the public trust. And we know that there are also water reservations or allocations that are held with a deposit. So RCFC Coloco Heights is one of those developers that has paid into their water reservations millions of dollars, right? And so their water is on the line, but Department of Water Supply is not including those waters in the amount of water that we're using towards the sustainable yield, which it should be because they are reserved already. I also want to continue to raise the concern of needing to monitor the midpoint transition zone in all 3 aquifer water bodies. By the time the indicator species are showing signs of harm, which they already are, we are continuing to regurgitate this information to you folks that our species at the local EA are already experiencing harm without this deep confined monitoring well that's spewing water. We have no way to backtrack and ask people to stop pumping as much as they're pumping. So we need to be proactive and monitor something like the transition zone that is going to give us feedback before the impacts occur. So although we can monitor both, I really want to reiterate the need to highlight and put more of the focus on that midpoint transition zone than the indicator species. Although my concern with the 3 indicator species was just kind of worked out with Hannah and Ashley's discussion, I do want to reiterate the fact, or I do want to speak to the fact that we need a very robust indicator species list because not all places have the same indicator species. So even within the 4 ahupua'a of the park alone, some areas have damselfly, some areas have opaiula, some areas have mullet. We don't all share the same indicator species, and we don't want to leave anybody out from being monitored correctly. So it's really important that we include any and all indicator species that are reliant on groundwater, even if we don't necessarily think that, but even doing that, we aren't necessarily doing a service to the entirety of the food chain, since many groundwater dependent species are the bottom of the food chain and their depletion will have negative consequences on the food chain moving up from them. Proving that monitoring needs to happen at the midpoint transition zone before the depletion of any of these species. And to end this, I want to remind you that there are already impacts occurring in our resources. They are already declining, and so are our traditional and customary practices surrounding them. We need to uphold the public trust doctrine. And I do want to also add that even if we are invited to the meetings, based on Don's comment, it isn't always viable for us to join because I'm not sure if you can hear my son in the back. Wipe his butt right now. So we are all doing our best to be engaged as much as we can, even if we're invited to the conversation, that isn't always feasible. But thank you folks for hearing me out.
No, thank you, Kimberly. Can I ask you, Kimberly? Oops, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
What would be the best way to engage with you? I mean, because you're saying sometimes it's hard for you guys to, I mean, what would you recommend?
I do appreciate these Zoom calls. It is always a little bit crazy. I feel like my kids can feel my energy as I'm getting for these days, right? And then everything around me just gets a little bit crazier. So I guess this is a great way. I also use all of my babysitter time at the local EA. And so if, we always invite you all to join us down there because that is actually my only kid-free time. I can't over abuse grandma and my babysitting privileges with her. And so I guess those are two things that would work great for me.
No, I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you very much. All right. Take care. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
There is no additional.
Can I just make a few comments? Okay. I wanted to, and I apologize for the Seaworm bulletin not going out. This is the, you might have emailed me, but I'm not sure. I might have lost it. So thank you for bringing that up, Jonathan. And I will check back in on what happened with the bulletins for those months. On the Coloco Deep Monitor well, this permit was issued to fix the leak and finish construction of the existing well. So it was routed for agency review on July 11th, and then the well construction permit was issued on August 28th. I'll follow up on Kimberly's well information request and make sure that we get her that file. We also received a request from National Park Service and provided them the file for that well.
Was it a 90-day comment period?
Our agency review period is 30 days. It's 90 days, I think, to take actions on the well permit, but I don't have the statute in front of me right
Let
now.
me clarify, this was not a new permit, it was to fix the leak on the existing and wouldn't have come before us because we had updated
Well,
process, right?
we required a new permit for this well. It is to repair the existing well that's in there. It's under 27 gallons per minute pump to be in this well, because there is no pump, right? It's an
Right.
observation well. So it didn't come before this
Wasn't
commission.
there, like, that was one of the situations in which it would come before, the other would be if it was in the deep confined.
Right, that's true. So I think that this one was not taken to the commission because it is an existing well that's being repaired. In future, we could bring well repairs, we could bring all wells that are within multiple aquifers to the commission, including repairs of existing wells, if that's desired.
Not that I want more work, but just for consistency with what was, you know.
Is Ryan's not on there. Okay.
No, he is not.
Okay.
Yes, this well will be 1,650 feet deep when it is done.
Because it's not actually on the agenda. So do we need to agendize that if we're changing, because you're saying, Aurora, that's consistent with previous CWRM action as to differentiate what comes to the, what comes to the commission.
Are you just making a comment?
I'm making a comment, I'm not trying
It's
to
just
bring it
general
up, but I am a
comment.
little bit concerned that like we had extensive discussions about well construction permits and conditions and what came before and. You know,
And you just want that implemented consistently.
well, I mean, I think that's the point, right? That we make, it's a consistency, that we follow our own agreement decision, so anyways, I'm just. Yeah, I'm consistently a little bit startled by the things that the commission is apparently signing off on, but, you know.
But the commission's not signing off.
Well, I hear about things from the news, but again, this is off the agenda. I'm just, for the sake of consistency with our process. We should be following it.
Okay. That's all. I mean, I'm not gonna respond to all of Kimberly's points that she made. And I think there were some good ones in there. We are still looking at the midpoint of the transition zone as an indicator. That's gonna be a very important indicator for us. So I don't want the fact that we're looking at indicator species to be construed as we're ignoring the midpoint of the transition zone. It is still going to be, I mean, a very key hydrologic indicator for us, and it is something that is going to hopefully show us impacts before they actually occur. With that, I don't have any further comments.
Any other questions for staff?
When's lunch?
As soon as you have as soon as we adjourn. As soon as we adjourn. And there's no other comments on Zoom?
There are no other.
Okay, I'll close public comments. This was just for information. No action. Any other questions, commissioners? Go ahead, Hen.
Thank you. With regard to Aurora's concerns, would a briefing help? To clarify what our requirements are under the various well.
Yeah, here's Ryan. Ryan is joining us. Ryan, do you want to clarify that?
You might not be.
No, he was on, but he just wasn't.
Oh, I see. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
lunch.
Yeah.
Oh, he has a.
Yeah, he's.
Okay, let,
To speak out of turn, I know you post public comment, but an actual briefing on the state of knowledge of the deep confined aquifer, what's gone wrong with these wells, why it's taking so long to repair it, and the smaller issue being, and oh, and by the way, here's why we didn't bring it in front of you, is I think the kind of briefing that would help inform you as you're going through this process and well permits to tap into the source or barrel into it.
So I guess, yeah, thanks for that. I think it would be helpful. This is new territory, right? That we're moving into with drilling into the deep confined, and so making sure we're all on the same page about the process and.
And I guess my concern was also what triggers the permitting process.
Yeah.
A repair or not a repair,
yeah, because that's a different conversation than the one you're talking about, the deep confined. So, and I'm trying to think of, when I came on board, we did a, that's a Ryan, we did what goes to the board, what's approved by the chairperson. So maybe let's go back and take a look at that, because I think there might have been some distinction between what permits came to the board, because originally I didn't, nothing was coming to the board.
I think it's in the,
Yes.
it's in the.
And then everything was.
I think it was, so the submittal was last taken July 2024, I believe. To change the delegation
Oh,
for the
okay,
well
okay, okay.
construction and pump installation permits.
Yeah.
I can't remember all of them. I think it was change of use from ag to something else,
Okay.
penetrates multiple aquifers.
Oh, yes.
Or, yes, that's the one.
Okay,
That applies to Cunha as well. That's why we took that one. And 27 gallons per minute pump or
Right,
more
right.
or greater.
Because that would take out all of the Hawaiian Paradise.
HPP, yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Yes.
okay, that's right, that's it. Do you want to recirculate that board action?
I can quite easily send
Yeah.
that as a link to you folks.
That might be helpful.
I was gonna say whether it's.
I guess you could just email it for us to where.
Or
it
email.
is.
Yeah, the section.
That might be easier. Okay. All right, any other comments or questions before we adjourned? Okay, I think that, oh, no, we have agenda item D, commission meetings.
Yes, agenda item D, commission meetings. So. I'm sorry, give me a moment while I shuffle all of my various
I have
papers.
Tuesday, November 18th,
Yes.
and then December 16th.
So we are still confirming scheduling for the December meeting. It looks like everyone on the commission is available on the 16th. So we can confirm for the 18th, definitely. And I would say we're probably like 80 to 90% there on, oh, we're not. Okay, we might be asking some scheduling questions of the rest of you after this meeting to
And they're
confirm
all on
December.
Oahu.
Yes, we were looking at trying to have one on Maui. The availability of a venue has been a difficulty for us. So if you have a public space that can hold a couple hundred people and it's free on December 16th, email the commission
A
secretary.
big tent, a big tent.
Available, not free.
Available.
We can
Well,
pay for it.
yes, available.
It just needs it available.
Yes, otherwise, we're gonna have to have it in Honolulu.
Because the board is gonna, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll coordinate that. All right, having no other business before the Water Commission, the meeting is adjourned at 1:25. It would go a little bit